والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Dear professors, doctors, researchers, scholars, postgraduate students, those who are here at Ibn Khaldun conference room, and those who are following us on the Zoom, and also in the ISTACT YouTube channel. Welcome to our one-day seminar on Tawhidic Epistemology and higher education. It is really a great honor to have all this group of great scholars, researchers, professors, doctors, and postgraduate students joining us today in this very, very important seminar. In fact, we have one more minute to start. So let me, once again, I see in the Zoom many of our great professors are there. Professor Dawood Al-Hudabi, Professor Marazi, Professor Habib, Professor Tamim, many professors, Professor Suhaimi, and other professors, brothers and sisters. This is really a great thing that shows the importance of what we are doing today here, brothers and sisters. Let's start our seminar today by once again welcoming you all, and let me express my gratitude to our rector, Professor Dr. Osman Baka, for his support of this very important seminar. Professor Osman wanted to be with us here today, but due to the tight schedule and the many things that were planned earlier, he could not make it to be physically here, but he is here with us with his soul, with his thoughts, and with his Tawhidic epistemology. So, and also for your information, Professor Osman recorded his keynote speech, which you will hear shortly, inshallah. Brothers and sisters, also a warm welcome for those who are coming from, I think we have from USA, we have from Indonesia, we have from many parts of the world who express their interest in this program, brothers and sisters. I would like also to express my gratitude to all the professors and scholars who agreed to be with us here to share their knowledge and their wisdom. To mention Professor Jasir Auda, Professor Zaid Ahmed, Professor Murad, Professor Rusnani, Professor Hamid Marazi, Professor Hazizan, and Professor Sami Dagestani. Some of them are not here. They are in their countries. They will join us on the Zoom, and the rest are with us here. And we are expecting Professor Rusnani to join us, inshallah, here. Brothers and sisters, dear professors and doctors, this effort which we are doing is not actually the first thing that we are doing when it comes to Tawhidic epistemology or Islamic epistemology, or to advancing the cause of Islamization and integration of knowledge in our university. This is our mission and our vision. And for your information, at ISTAC here, more than 2 years ago, we started a series of lectures. We call it Futures of Integration of Knowledge and Civilizational Development. And now I think we have more than 20 professors contributed to this series, including Professor Osman, Professor Aslam, and many other professors. And Professor Khaliq is the coordinator of this series. We have also conducted seminars, professorial lecture on this topic of integration, Tawheed, and Islamization and integration. I think the recent one was our professorial lecture number 32, presented by Professor Dr. Khairuddin Al-Junaid on bridging between the revealed knowledge and sciences in universities. So, brothers and sisters, also we organize some forum on Islam and Tawheed and education and also civilizational development. Brothers and sisters, it is very important to link these things together. Our seminar today on Tawhidic Epistemology and higher education, especially Islamic higher education, is very important, as you know, that still in many parts of the Islamic world, the mainstream paradigm of education is still secular. And our mission and vision as a university to bring an educational system that is more integrated, more values driven, and more guided by Islamic epistemology or Tawhidic epistemology. This is a life mission of this university. The identity, the IC of this university is Islamization, integration, comprehensive excellence, and all this vocabulary related to us. So, brothers and sisters, it is very important for our professors, scholars, and postgraduate students to keep in mind always that this is our vision and this is our mission. So, Tawhidic epistemology is very important in higher education as we are endeavoring to build an integrated Islamic education or contemporary educational system that combines between the revealed and the acquired knowledge. So, brothers and sisters, it's very important to us always to keep in mind this background and this framework of our work, brothers and sisters. As far as this seminar is concerned, it is a preparation for an international conference on Tawhidic epistemology and education and social development of the Ummah by the year end. I think Professor Khalid is working on this international conference to see the continuity of our endeavor and the importance of what this institute, International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, is doing to advance the cause of building an integrated Islamic educational system, brothers and sisters. As far as our university is concerned, we have struggled for over 40 years. We traveled for 40 years. In these 40 years, we nurtured, we advanced the cause of integration, Tawhidic epistemology, Islamic worldview, and we tried to integrate it in all disciplines. And we tried to nurture postgraduate and undergraduate, and we graduated more than almost 100,000 people with this idea of integration of knowledge and values. And that's what we traveled in 40 years. But our future travel for the next 40 years needs a lot of work and deep understanding of this Tawhidic epistemology and how the Tawhidic epistemology can help us move forward in providing the alternatives in all disciplines, whether social sciences, human sciences, behavioral sciences, natural sciences, all types of sciences. We need to provide the alternatives. And alhamdulillah, in the last 40 years, We managed to have some products like Islamic banking and finance, like takaful, like halal, but the next or the future journey is to see Islamic psychology in a practical context as products, counseling or clinical psychology. We want to see in sociology, want to see in physics, in science, how Islamic sciences can provide great knowledge, integrated knowledge, brothers and sisters. So this also we need to keep in our mind as we move forward in this agenda of the university. Brothers and sisters, this seminar today was structured to be interdisciplinary. When we talk about Islamic thought and civilization, we consider ourselves as the framework that provides Islamic thought, Islamic worldview, Islamic model, Islamic paradigm to other disciplines, to other areas of knowledge. So the work that we do is really something very important and great. That's why if you see our speakers, they are from different disciplines, from Islamic thought, from human sciences, from education, and from other disciplines. I welcome Prof. Rosnani. Thank you, Prof, for coming. So it's very important also to keep this in mind, brothers and sisters. The last thing I wanted to mention in this opening remarks or welcoming remarks, brothers and sisters, dear professors and doctors, it is very important to see how our university in the last 40 years have managed to integrate a model of education that puts together Tawhidic worldview or Islamic worldview, puts together maqasid sharia, puts together civilizational engagement, puts together sustainability and sustainable development, puts together addressing the issues of the ummah and the issues of the world. It's really an amazing integrated framework that we have in our university. And today, when we talk about Tawhidic epistemology, is actually advancing the cause of this integrated model of education. And by re-emphasizing Tawhidic epistemology means we are saying that this Tawhidic epistemology or framework is our guide to produce new knowledge, new disciplines, and to nurture new great scholars, students, and professors. Brothers and sisters, with this, I thank you all, and I once again, I welcome you, and I appreciate the presence of our speakers and professors here, and also the presence of many people on the Zoom there from different parts of the Islamic world, and I hope that our seminar will be an engaging. We participate, we inquire, because we are advancing the cause of intellectual discourse. And we are trying to bring back that living intellectual discourse, which we were having in the history of our university. And it's open for our scholars, postgraduate students, and researchers to go critical, to go inquisitive. I tell you that the hope of this ummah lies in universities like IUM and in scholars like yourself and students, postgraduate student like yourself. You postgraduate student, you have a very heavy mission to advance the cause of rebuilding this Tawhidic, integrated, value-driven Islamic educational system, brothers and sisters. This is my 11 minutes as in the program put there. I stop at this point And I will hand over to Dr. Nurulain. She will be moderating our sessions, and we move to the next segment, inshallah.
Thank you very much to our Honorable Dean, Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Bergood. And now we move forward to the next session, which is the keynote speaker session. And it is our Honorable Rector of IIUM, which cannot be physical right here because he has a session in Kuantan. And Bismillah, without further ado.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day. I like to first of all to thank the organizers of the seminar on the Tawhidic Epistemology and higher education with the subtitle Implications and Transformation for the Future. I would like to congratulate Professor Abdul Aziz Bergood and his team at STEC for organizing this important seminar. And thank you very much for inviting me to be the keynote speaker for this seminar. I have decided to be more specific as far as the title of my speech. The title is Tawhidic Epistemology and the Authenticity of Scientific Culture. Yes, as I'm still talking about Tawhidic Epistemology as the framework for higher education, the framework for many academic initiatives, the framework for scholarly pursuit, especially from the perspective of Islam. But I would like to focus the role of Tawhidic Epistemology as the framework for the pursuit, the advancement of scientific culture. And the issue that I would like to address is specifically the issue of authenticity of scientific culture. I've already given a lot of speeches on the meaning and features of Tawhidic Epistemology at IIUM. So basically, I think everyone now is familiar with this term, Tawhidic Epistemology. But for the purpose of my presentation, let me just repeat the essential meaning of Tawhidic Epistemology. It is, we define Tawhidic Epistemology as the intellectual vision of knowledge, particularly the vision of the unity and hierarchy of knowledge. All sciences, no exception, all sciences constitute a unity. They are interrelated, interdependent, intertwined, as if they are branches of a single tree. So that is the perspective of vision of knowledge that is provided by the concept, the idea of Tawhidic Epistemology. It is based, this perspective or this idea of Tawhidic Epistemology is based on the most fundamental principle that the human mind can ever conceive, and that is the principle of Tawhid, the unity of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But this idea, which is revealed not only in the Quran but revealed in the previous religious scriptures, which emphasize the idea of unity of knowledge. Basically, it is the idea of unity. Now, but this idea of unity manifests itself at lower levels, such as the unity of the cosmos, meaning both microcosmic and macrocosmic, and then going lower than that, already at our level in the terrestrial world, we are talking about the unity of the natural world and a unity of the natural sciences. So precisely because the idea of unity manifests itself at the natural level, at the level of the natural world, this means that Tawhidic epistemology must have implications for the subject of the sciences and scientific culture. And let me also explain now what I mean by scientific culture. Well, the word scientific comes from the word science. And the word science in English is today used to mean two things. First, science understood at the popular level as referring to knowledge of the natural world, knowledge in the physical sciences, physics, chemistry, in the geology, and then in the biological sciences, and of course the human sciences. Now, so these the other level, science, another level, science is understood in the academia as referring to not just the natural sciences, but other sciences, the social and human sciences, which covers theology, metaphysics, and many other kinds of knowledge. So this is the science that is meant by the Arabic word ilm, that is used as in the plural sciences, ulum. So ilm, in the sense of the plural ulum, that is understood as an organized body of knowledge, an organized academic discipline that fulfills the criteria of the what we call the epistemological criteria, which Islamic science, which Islamic civilization paid due attention, because Islam is a religion of knowledge. Islam is a religion that is interested in the organization of knowledge, in the classification of knowledge, basically the whole field of knowledge-related activities. Now, that from that word said scientific, you can get the word scientific. So scientific here as referring, again, not just in conformity with the sciences of nature, but also in conformity with the meaning of science in the more general sense. And we can say that the Arabic word that would best explain the concept of scientific that we have in mind is ilmi. And in Malay, in Bahasa Malaysia, we have the word ilmiah. When we translate the Malay ilmiah, we get the word scientific. So this is a very thing, because we're talking now about science and scientific being a culture, not simply the activities of individual scientists, but more important, in other words, we have generating from that is an idea of culture. In other words, scientific culture is the interest of human civilization. Now, this basically, I want to talk about the issue of authenticity of scientific culture, because if we look at the history of science in different civilizations, then we come to realize that there has not been just one way of human beings approaching nature, approaching the natural world. There have been several. There have been actually what we can see is that every civilization has its own methodological approach to the study of nature, not just one approach as prescribed by the modern West and then spread to the whole humanity. That's why the study of history of science in different civilizations, cultures, that is a very, very important field of study. So it is unfortunate that this field of study is given low priority, even marginalized. But ISTAC, for example, ISTAC as an institute of Islamic thought and civilization. So we should be championing the study of the natural world from the Islamic perspective, in conformity with the perspective of the Quran. And this is a question of the issue here now, precisely because while the modern West, the scientific culture of the modern West was very much influenced by Islamic civilization, but then this new science has basically adopted the very, very reductionistic attitude, abandoning many aspects of scientific culture which do not conform to the worldview, the modern secular worldview, that has actually, in a sense, abandoned a very important aspect of the natural world. It is possible to say, as claimed by many modern scholars, that modern science, because of its methodology has reduced the world of reality to only what can be studied according to the scientific method, the modern scientific method of modernity. Now, it would be wrong to claim that science is what science or the scientific, the domain of science or the domain of study of world of nature is limited. It's precisely what can be studied in the quantitative sense, in the scientific sense as understood right now. And therefore, the question, the title of my presentation, the question now arises the issue of authenticity of scientific culture. So in the rest of the time that I have with me now, so I would like to discuss a few aspects of the issue of scientific culture and why I use the word authenticity. So meaning that I'm raising the question, is contemporary modern culture, is modern and contemporary scientific culture, is this authentic from the perspective of Islam? This is what I would like to discuss. But first, before that, let me make this. Let me point out this important principle. Now, we know very well that the Quran is the last revealed scripture, the last revealed scripture to humanity. There will be no more revealed scripture after the Quran. Islam is the last revealed Quran. Now, what does this mean? What is the implication of being the last revelation, of being the last revealed book to the subject that we are talking about, question of scientific culture? It means that for example, it means that when talking about scientific culture, in fact, when talking about anything, talking about all matters pertaining to civilization in terms of being the law, being a law, economic system, and other things, it means that Islam has asserted, has made the final claim. The final claim, for example, to scientific, what constitutes authentic scientific culture. This is important. Yeah? In other words, now Islam has come to provide the final definition for the meaning of authentic scientific culture. So, for thousands of years, Islam shaped that authentic culture, because authenticity must now be conformed to the idea that there is no more fundamental message about how to organize knowledge after what the Quran has provided. So, in other words, that harmony, that unity, the unity of all branches of knowledge must be the guide to the cultivation of scientific culture. All right, let me now, having understood that, which means Islam basically provides the final framework for defining authenticity of scientific culture. Right? So I think the first important point was that science should not be separated from the other sciences, let alone to claim that science is in conflict with religion, science is in conflict with the human sciences, and so on. So anybody coming up or claiming that there is a conflict between the natural sciences and the other sciences, that will go against the claims of the Tawhidic Epistemology, and that, in a sense, challenges the position of authenticity that is prescribed by Islamic revelation. So therefore, one criteria of its authenticity about scientific culture is whether that scientific culture is in harmony or not with the other branches of knowledge. If it is against, then we need to investigate. We need to examine. Surely, at the level of higher education, this is important. We cannot just accept as a matter of faith, or we should be critical. Now, many Muslims today study modern sciences, contemporary science. I think it is important now to go to the foundation of all these sciences of the natural world, whether the assumptions of those sciences are in conformity with Tawhidic epistemology. So that's the first point. Now, the second issue is that the question of science and truth. People are not talking about post-truth and so on. Now, from the perspective of Tawhidic epistemology, the fundamental purpose of science is to establish the truth pertaining to the world of nature. Now, the Islamic science, in the scientific culture in Islam, looks at the concept of truth in relation to science in several aspects. For example, just one example I have to mention here is the concept of causality. In other words, the concept of causality in Islamic scientific culture is in order to recognize also not material causes, not just formal causes. In Islamic, the history of Islamic culture, causality is defined in terms of four factors. There is the material factor, the material cause, the formal cause, the efficient cause, and the final cause. The modern scientific culture has removed two of these causes, namely the final or the efficient cause and the final cause. So only two causes left, and that affects the concept as an impact on the understanding of the truth. Because as far as Muslim scientists were concerned, to speak of the truth in the study of nature is to accept that there are four causes why things happen in the world. And of course, the question now, one more, just one more. There are others, but I don't have time to talk about all these. But one more, last one perhaps, I will talk about this question of authenticity of this scientific culture is the role of ethics. Is the role of ethics in scientific activities. So basically the Tawhidic epistemology provides not only a conceptual framework for the study of nature, but also the question at the level of application of science, where this is where it compromises on the issue of ethics between the Islamic perspective and the modern, the contemporary perspective. So to conclude here, I would like to say that Tawhidic epistemology provides an important framework for the pursuit of the sciences. So many sciences, natural sciences, social sciences, human sciences. Right now, these what are called the sciences pertaining to intelligence, artificial intelligence. All this, it is important for those in the higher education to understand that a true scientific culture cannot be realized, cannot be cultivated in a healthy way unless we bear in mind, we are always aware that there is that framework which we call Tawhidic epistemology. So thank you very much for this brief presentation. I wish success to the seminar, and thanks to all the speakers for this one-day seminar. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, so we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Emeritus Dr. Osman Bakar for his enlightening keynote address. And his insights into Tawhidic epistemology actually as a framework for the renewal and reform of contemporary knowledge serve as a profound reminder of the importance of integrating knowledge within the framework of divine unity. As we reflect on the essence of today's seminar, we are reminded that Tawhidic epistemology is not just a theoretical concept, but a transformative philosophy, one that unites all branches of knowledge, whether science, whether humanities, or social sciences, within a holistic paradigm of truth. And it seeks to unify a revealed knowledge and human reason, guiding education towards moral excellence, towards intellectual rigor, and societal transformation. And there are three questions that actually, if we can compel to us, that how can we integrate Tawhidic epistemology into our university, into our curriculum, and into our research? Number two is, how does it shape the future of education in the era of AI, digital transformation, and globalization? And what is the role in solving contemporary challenges faced by the Muslim world and beyond? Okay, I want to clarify also two words that Professor Osman has said: microcosmic and microcosm and macrocosm. So macrocosm is the alam kabir. It's our world that we're living. Microcosm is within us, self within us. So he sees that connection within this Tawhidic framework. Okay, without further ado, now I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Dr. Jasir Auda. Without further ado, I call upon him to give his speech. Bismillah.
Go far. Next. There is order and yes. No, yeah. Yes, this one. The other one is one. Yeah, both. Yeah. جزاك الله خير دكتور عين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أسعد خلقه وخاتم رسله محمد صلى الله عليه وآله، ورضي الله عن المهاجرين والأنصار ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. ثم أما بعد. It is such a pleasure to be back in this room discussing this topic. And Jazakumullah khair for all the organizers, of course, our Dean, Prof. Dr. Abdul Aziz Barghouth, for the relentless work that he does on this topic and on the development of Islamic thought. My dear sister, Dr. Ain, for the kind introduction, and all of our colleagues, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I will build on what our Ustad, Dr. Osman Bakr, had said. In fact, 4 years ago, I wrote a chapter in a book that had about 25 essays on Prof. Osman Bakr's contributions. And my essay was a call came from Georgetown University. Eventually, the book was published by Beacons in the UK. At that time, I was in South Africa. And actually, I pointed particularly to Prof. Osman's work on the classification of knowledge. And I could show you particularly the work that he used the concept of ilm in the Quran in order to actually develop classification of knowledge, and his extensive research, especially in his PhD on al-Farabi and logic and all of that. So I would perhaps start with that, because that would be my entry point to, not sure if you can see that. So basically, in this, I'll take a few minutes with this chapter here. I started with what Dr. Prof. Sayyid Hussein Nasr wrote in the introduction of the book. That was the publication of Prof. Osman's thesis on the classification of knowledge, more or less, and the comparison between a number of philosophers, Farabi and Ibn Khaldun and Al-Ghazali, etc. And basically what Prof. Sayyid Hussein Nasr here is saying is that the classification of knowledge is one of the major challenges in front of the Islamization project, that the Islamization cannot continue on the secular classification of knowledge that we have inherited from the secular sciences. That was an introduction a long time ago of that book. And then Prof. Osman dealt with, of course, a large number of issues, but what I highlighted in this paper has to do with the concept of development of science, and especially his talk about Ibn Hazm and what is blameworthy and what is good of knowledge. How Ibn Hazm divided al-ilm, al-ilm, in Arabic, blameworthy, al-madhmum wal-mahmud, Allah yaftah alayk, al-madhmum wal-mahmud. So al-mahmud wal-madhmum, and he dealt with that in the sense that ilm, when it takes the shape of a discipline, it develops. It's not always madhmum and it's not always mahmud. And Prof talked about alchemy, for example, or astrology, or these kinds of sciences that developed into mahmud sciences. In the past, our fuqaha did not like alchemy and did not like astrology, but when astrology became astronomy, and when alchemy became chemistry, etc., so the concept of development of disciplines, that's the point I'm making. And then also I highlighted in this the concept of ilm as he said now in his speech, as science, and going back to the Quran for the concept of ilm, rather than taking the concept of science in the English language or in the Western civilization. Eventually, I also highlighted Al-Farabi's multidisciplinarity that Prof. Osman also dealt with in his thesis and in that book. And I have the books in the reference. I can give the paper for those who are interested, and how multidisciplinarity could be a way forward in the development of science and disciplines in order to develop the Islamization project. Then at the end of the paper, I actually added my own bit of what I call Maqasid methodology, which I published eventually in a book that came out, I guess, in the same year or the year after. And basically, these ideas have to do with the Maqasid methodology. I just want to open my file here. Help improve Adobe. No, I don't want to improve Adobe now. Okay. So basically, I'm drawing some ideas from this book of mine. I also can provide copies for those who are interested, since we have a limited time, to build on these initial ideas. The idea of going to ilm is as a comprehensive concept, a Quranic concept. The issue of truth, in that paper I also talked about the dealing with logic and the difference between truth and non-truth when it comes to logic, al-haq, and multidisciplinarity as a way to develop disciplines towards a Tawhidi paradigm, towards a true Islamization paradigm, rather than a paradigm in which we are apologetic of disciplines that we develop. So basically, we need to build on 3 points: fundamental sources or source of knowledge, which is the Quran and the Sunnah of the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam as an illustration of the Quran. I'll give more thoughts on that. And secondly, the development of a fundamental logic of purpose, of end. Prof. Osman just now talked also about the ignoring of final causes in secular thought, and al-maqsid as a'illa, having ta'leel with maqsid. I wrote a whole book in my master's thesis many years ago on that, at-ta'leel bil-maqasid. So how can we go beyond at-ta'leel, or the rationalization that is based on the Greek logic, which is at the heart of our usul al-fiqh and usul al-kalam, and how can we move towards a ta'leel that is based on the maqsid, on the purpose, on the end, on the ghaya. And the fuqaha are very concerned about, of course, al-thawabit, the qat'iyat, the issues that are fixed in Islam. And that's why they dislike the idea of doing ta'leel with the maqsid, to have the maqsid as the basis of understanding the sharia, rather than the maqsid as just an end, a hikmah or a qa'ida. I understand this sensitivity, and I'm someone who is concerned about the sharia, obviously. I wrote about that. But this is not our concern when we develop knowledge, because we should not fiqhize the Islamic paradigm totally and make it only in the lens of fiqh. Fiqh has its areas, and it's very important to keep the qat'iyat, of course. But when it comes to science, as in ilm, as in astronomy and engineering and social sciences and the rest of applied sciences, we really cannot look at all of this with an usuli mind that is mostly based on the Greek logic and the Greek classification, al-am wal-khas wal-mutlaq wal-muqayyad. This is Aristotle. We should go beyond that when we deal with sciences, because sciences have to be reconstructed starting from the end point of sciences. It is the ghaya, or the maqsid of the science, that would be the main tool that we can use in order to restructure the science, especially if we read those ghayat and maqasid from the maqasid of the Quran. hence the title of my speech today, if you go to it, has to do with how maqasid al-Quran would contribute to the Tawhidic epistemology and the reshaping and the redefinition of disciplines. Maqasid al-Quran are wider than maqasid al-Sharia, and the way we apply them into sciences is much more complex than the way we apply maqasid al-Sharia into fiqh. A fundamental definition here that has to change quickly is who is the scholar and how do we define a alim or a faqih for that matter. If we expand fiqh to include, as we had in the Islamic civilization, fiqh al-amara, and therefore architects are fuqaha too, if they come from an Islamic perspective. Fiqh al-tib, and therefore medical people, medical professions are fuqaha too. We used to call them fuqaha back in the Mashafi, in our Islamic civilization. And what's his name, when he wrote Al-Hayawan, Al-Jahid, sorry, maybe fasting, Al-Jahid, when he wrote Al-Hayawan, he said in the introduction that هذا كتاب في التفقه عن الحيوان. He considered zoology or animal sciences to be part of fiqh, a branch of fiqh. And so forth, the siyasa shar'iyya. We should not separate and say siyasa shar'iyya and siyasa mikaviliya. It should be the same thing, but it should be renewed in a way. Al-iqtisad, we should not do iqtisad Islami and therefore tamwil and murabaha and all of that. And then iqtisad, which is basically capitalist. We should restructure the iqtisad in order to move away from the capitalist theories into the Islamic theories. Do they contradict? Yes, in many ways. And they have some commonalities. The Amara Islamiyya, does it contradict with Renaissance architecture? Yes, it does, mostly. But there are some areas upon which we can build in their architecture, theory of architecture, I mean, in order to build a new theory of Islamic architecture. Because so far in Islamic architecture, we either copy from the past, verbatim, totally, the domes and the afniya or nawafir, we totally copy as if you're walking into a different century when you walk into an Islamic building, or you take the French paradigm, totally, the glass and the spaces and the efficiency, and as if you are just building something in France or in England, and you are building it in the Islamic world. And both are not the right way to go about Islamization of knowledge or the tawheed of knowledge, al-ilm. Neither copying from the past, whether from the architecture or the siyasa or al-iqtisad. We cannot copy the economic paradigm of the past, and we cannot also endorse the capitalist economy exactly. We cannot copy the state of the past when it was a khilafah or the different khilafahs after Khilafah Rashida, etc. And we cannot also go squarely by the Hobbesian paradigm of nation state, in which the state is a monster. We cannot have a state as a monster in Islam, but we cannot also have a state as a khilafah in the old style, where the capital is in Medina or Baghdad or Damascus. It's no longer. Then we have to reinitiate, restructure, re-envision our sciences based on a basis of ilm that is taken a Tawhidi paradigm that is based on the Quran, the purposes of the Quran. The purposes, what are the purposes of an Islamic paradigm of economics? We can read that from the Quran. And from this, we can go to the level of the philosophy of science. I talked about that also in that paper on Prof. Osman's work, in which he focused on the importance of the philosophy of science for the renewal of science. You cannot renew a science from the outlook of the science. You cannot have the same good old capitalist paradigm and banks and fiat currency, etc., and just put abaya on it and call it murabaha. Sorry, like I know that this is a bit harsh, but but you have to redefine. We have to be creative. I know that this cannot happen overnight, and it's a very hegemonic system. There will be wars before anything like that happens, to shift from a capitalist system or even a Renaissance architectural system, even to an Islamic system. But it's important for us to think and prepare and move our ummah, especially in places where we can do that, like in this good country of yours, how we can push the Islamic causes in a way that makes us unique as a civilization. And this is one of the main business points of ISTAC that our dear Prophet Abdul Aziz talked about. This is what ISTAC is doing anyway, the Islamic civilization, and what it's trying to re-envision when it comes to that. If I move a bit forward, I suggested in that book, I wouldn't have time to elaborate, a different classification of knowledge based on everything that I wrote and surveyed in that book. And part of that in footnotes, you find some also on what Prof. Osman has contributed in the past. So I believe that this is an intermediate phase towards this unification of knowledge that we are talking about, because we cannot unify knowledge tomorrow and say no more disciplines. We have to go by the disciplines, but then we have to be creative. I suggest that we have 4 big faculties, if you wish, if I may dream. One has to do with what I called here usuli studies, and I couldn't find any word in English that would give the word usuli its right, fundamental. And, we're fundamentalist anyway and accuse us of that. So let us, stay away from that. Usuli studies are the studies that are around the Quran and the Sunnah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Primarily, this is their subject of research and teaching. The sciences that serve the Quran and Sunnah of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And these sciences are different from the Quran and Sunnah. As you all know, there is a difference between the Quran and the tafsir of the Quran. There is a difference between the Sunnah of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam and ilm al-hadith. Al-hadith is different from Sunnah. Al-hadith is narrations. Some are correct, some are incorrect. Some of the narrators have difference of opinion, etc. Some books are mother books or seminal books. Some other books are less important collections of the hadith. Hadith is something and Sunnah is something. The Aqidah is something and Kalam is different. Kalam is different sciences, different madhahib, Ash'ari or Mu'tazila, so on, Maturidiyya, from our history. And it is very important that we study our history, but we move from our history to a new kalam, to a kalam that deals with the current challenges. In the past, they dealt with التجسيم والتعطيل والتشبيه ومسألة الخلق والأفعال and so forth. Today, we need to deal with atheism and secularism and postmodernism, and we need to deal with a new kalam, even though we should build on the previous history. Similarly, when you deal about the usuli sciences, there is a difference between sharia and fiqh. Fiqh is how we understand the sharia and how we understood it in different madhahib. And it's very important that we build on the madhahib of the sharia, madhahib of fiqh, in order to have fiqh of today. Fiqh of today cannot be simply a copy from the fiqh of the past, except for al-ibadat. They never change. We'll never develop our wudu, and we'll never develop our hajj and umrah and salah. But we shall develop our mu'amalat maliyah and abwab al-buyu' wal-jihad wal-qada' wal-siyasa shar'iyya. This has to be developed. We cannot talk siyasa shar'iyya today in the Mawardi sense, or Juwayni, or Ibn Taymiyyah, or any of these. We cannot talk iqtisad or economics in the sense of Abu Yusuf or the Ibn Khaldun. It is not possible that we do that, and we have to build on all of these giants. We stand on their shoulders anyway in order to overlook a different horizon. So usuli studies have to build on our history of science, history of fiqh, history of kalam, history of tafsir, but to have new fiqh, a new kalam, a new tafsir that deals with our time and our needs. Usuli studies, disciplinary studies. So I suggest that we call all the secular sciences, humanities, applied sciences, natural sciences, and social sciences. I suggest we call them disciplinary sciences, but we have an objective to restructure these sciences. We have to, like if you wish for a for a postmodern world, we have to deconstruct these sciences, but then reconstruct them in a way around what I call phenomena studies. I don't believe that the Tawhidi approach could survive if we study it and research it and teach it through disciplines, because disciplines have their epistemology, they say in secular philosophy. And if you study methodology in any faculty in the top schools in the West, they will give you the epistemology of social sciences, the epistemological limit of your discipline. And the epistemological limits of the disciplines do not allow us to bring theology, because theology is metaphysics. That's a different story. That has to deal with religion and myth and all of that, if we're going to go by the Western science. But if we are going to go by the Islamic sciences, then we have to start to restructure psychology into a different psychology. Islamic psychology is not just the good old Freudian or Maslowian or what's the other guy, Piaget, or any of these psychology people, and just again, doing a murabaha style of Freud. It's not possible. Then how can we do that? I believe the road is multidisciplinarity. I think that multidisciplinarity is a step forward from disciplinarity and a step towards transdisciplinarity. We cannot go transdisciplinarity without telling psychology, well, no, we have to, first of all, bring theology, Islam, and make it actually hegemonic over your psychology sciences. But you cannot do psychology without mixing it with arts, with the sociology, with law, with culture, with development, etc., so that psychology is not imprisoned in its epistemological limits and therefore impossible to renew. In order to renew, we have to start to integrate disciplines and then move towards transdisciplinarity, move towards going higher than the disciplinary limits and the basic definitions. Where do we get the basic definitions from? How do we do our ontology? And after we discussed our epistemological issue, our ontology has to come from the Quran. And that is where a maqasidi reading of the Quran would be the step forward here. How can we, if I may step to this, those 7 elements that I talk a lot about, our students here doesn't sit in any of my lectures unless they hear that. Those 7 elements of perceptualizations, objectives, concepts, proofs, values, groups, commands, universal laws. The objectives, the maqasid, should be the objectives of the Quran. The concepts should be the concepts of the Quran. The values should be the values of the Quran. The commands, etc. Then how can we deal with the current concepts if they are not in the Quran? The Quran doesn't have most of the concepts we have in the current disciplines. Is to make the Quranic concepts hegemonic over the other concepts. To study the concept of shura and make it hegemonic over any process in political science. Because shura is a major concept that we put under democracy rather than above democracy, so that we can develop democracy. We should look at the concept, if we're talking political science, al-hukum. Al-hukum in Islam, or governance or ruleship, is a major concept. The Quran talks a lot about it. And dozens of contemporary books and previous books had dealt with al-hukum in Islam, wal-hakim, and so forth. And therefore make this our redefinition of governance and not copy good governance standards from other civilizations that do not come from an Islamic perspective, but create our own governance style and practices and so forth, so that we can develop every concept. If you deal with the medical sciences, humans are defined in a very different way from Western sciences. And therefore, the approach to medication and so on is not going to be, the pharma industry serving approach, as the approach to economics is actually serving the banks, and the approach to education is serving the markets, and so on. And then make a major shifts, if there is a political will and economic will, make major shifts from the objectives of the sciences instead of the science of education actually having an objective to serve the market, we're actually having a different objective to create a different kind of human being, etc. And these elements of perceptualization would be the way to build a conceptual framework for restructuring these disciplines. And then I also finally talked about shifting to what I call phenomena studies, because phenomena studies by definition are not disciplinary studies. If you study poverty, you're not really studying economics only, you're studying so many things, because the phenomena of poverty has so many political dimensions, psychological dimensions, environmental dimensions, it has cultural elements, it is full of disciplines when you study a phenomena like poverty. And therefore, we should direct our students to pick a phenomena to study rather than pick a discipline, so that they are not imprisoned in the limits of the discipline, but rather released from that by studying a phenomena in a transdisciplinary way. And therefore, we should start to build our Islamic knowledge around the study of phenomena versus the study of disciplines, so that perhaps eventually you can shift our colleges and departments and research units and research institutes towards multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary kind of phenomena, rather than having them within the confines of the disciplines. And this will need a lot of strategy. That's why finally I talked a lot about strategic studies there and what it means to strategize for the restructuring of knowledge and to strategize for the ummah. Nobody is strategizing for the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Some people have very important strategies. Governments, companies, universities have very important strategies that serve the ummah. But nobody sits down and say, this ummah of Muhammad, how can we strategize for it? How can we move it towards a better place instead of the low point we are at today? Palestine is a very obvious example. How can we move towards a great civilization once again? I believe that it starts with knowledge. It starts with going back to the Quran, looking at its maqasid to restructure knowledge. And from research comes education. And from education comes action and institutions. And this would be the way forward. Thank you very much again for inviting me and for this great conference. Jazakumullah khair. Barakallahu feekum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Jazakumullah khairan, Prof. Jasir Auda, for your thought-provoking insights. And here, Prof, I would just like to conclude what he highlighted. He highlighted about the illah, cause in Tawhidic Epistemology, and also his book, the Maqasid Quran. So it's not just about legal reasoning, but about seeking the ultimate source of knowledge and tracing everything back to Allah as the absolute truth. And this requires us to rethink not only how we study knowledge, but how we define its purpose. And does it simply explain the how of things, or does it lead to the why, the fundamental reality of Tawheed? And also with these powerful reflections, we are reminded that Islamization of knowledge is not just about reforming curricula, it is about recentering knowledge around Tawheed, around the Quran, and ensuring that every discipline, every method, and every field of study ultimately leads to divine unity and higher purpose. And this is important at this time when education is often fragmented by secular materialism. And this seminar challenges us to reimagine higher education through a Tawhidic lens, where learning is not just about acquiring skills, but about serving humanity with wisdom, with justice, and divine consciousness. So now we open the floor for questions. Any questions for Professor Jasir Auda, please? Yeah, any questions in the Zoom? Let's look.
The Zoom is muted, so
Oh, muted?
we can open it for them.
Yeah, we can open it.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, because you mentioned, you introduce and you advocate the concept of maqasid, which is about purpose, right? Having purpose. I mean, in general, if you say maqasid Sharia, that means purpose for each item of Sharia. When you say You also mentioned about the Greek thought. You know, in Greek thought, and you mentioned about final cause, which is Aristotelian. That means in everything there must be a final cause, which is purpose, which is also a makasid also. And the same thing as the concept of telos in Greek. Yeah, that means there must be an end purpose for everything. I think when it comes to existence of mankind, okay, I'm not very good at my Arabic, but this is the verse from the Quran, Surah Az-Zariyat, 56. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, which is often translated as, I did not create jinn and mankind except to worship me. Here the key word is إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, لِيَعْبُدُونَ, which is often translated as worship. Whereas if you look at the root word is abid, abidin, which is to abdi, which is to basically follow, not just worship, but follow what God has destined for you. So I think that is the final maqasid for mankind. Okay, so what is comment on that? From that God created us to be abid, not just worship, be abid and follow everything. How does that fit into the whole purpose of maqasid?
I agree with you about the difference between worship in English and ibadah in Arabic. Ibadah is not just sha'air or rituals, is not just ta'abbud. They call it, in fiqh proper, they call them ta'abbudiyat, not ibadat. Ibadat is everything. We do ibadat with politics and economics, we do ibadat in business, we do ibadat in marriage, ibadat. But ta'abbudiyat are the rituals, you know, the salah, wal-hajj, wal-sawm, wal-umrah. Ta'abbudiyat, zakah is partly ta'abbudiyat and partly ibadat in the sense of the society. So I agree with you that we need to revive the concept of ibadah to be a comprehensive concept, because over the centuries, we made the concept smaller and smaller. We took out politics from it in the first century. And then in the second century and third century, we started to take out other parts of Islam until it is now, Islam is just the 5 pillars. But the 5 pillars are the pillars of ta'abudiyat, of, you know, the rituals, the sha'air. But being good to your parents is also a pillar of Islam. Being good to your neighbor, doing jihad in the way of Allah is also a pillar of Islam. In fact, the higher point of Islam. And Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, but because we separated the ta'abbudiyat from the mu'amalat, and we made the mu'amalat kind of secular, that is one of the problems. When we bring the mu'amalat back to become ibadat, so you marry as ibadah, you say the word of truth in a court as ibadah, you do your work in a good way as ibadah, etc. So inshallah. Jazakallah khair.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh Jasir. May I ask a question?
Ya marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan, marhaban.
Jazakallah khair. You mentioned about maqasid Quran, and it is a very deep basis to go for, especially when we are saying that Tawhidic Epistemology, meaning the different areas and the different specialization that have to be related to the Tawhidic nature, going back to the one and only Allah. So looking at what we have now, basically, I would rather not use humanity, because by default, they are basing it on non-Tawhidic matter. I would say it's more insanic sort of thing. So in order to have this insanization or the insanic thing about what we want to achieve in our Islamization knowledge, I think your concept has got to be systematized in a more robust manner, and people have to relook through the concept of this system of maqasid. So I think my question is that apart from this book, will you be willing to go up and explain these things whenever organized by other people? Thank you very much.
Barakallahu feekum. I totally agree with you, Prof, about the usage of, let's say, the Arabic terms, not because of the Arabs as a race, the Arabic as the language of the Quran. So when you say al-insaniyat instead of humanities, I think in Islamic universities we should use these terms, as we use the term kulliya for a kulliya, it's not a faculty. When we say humanities, we say insaniyat, because the insan is different from the human or mankind that we have in English, similar to the difference between ibadah and worship and so on. So I totally agree with that. And in terms of my work, how to explain that, the work I've been doing recently has to do with the Quran itself. I had a journey, or I'm having still, inshallah, close to the end, but having a journey as a commentary on the Quran coming from that perspective. So inshallah, it will be published soon and available for those who would like to look at my humble ideas.
We're waiting.
Inshallah, barakallah.
Assalamu alaikum. Your presentation is quite interesting, but in a way, it's quite vague. Could you concretize an example? Let's say your example of shura and democracy. So you're arguing for different principles. Each discipline must be rejuvenated or changed in a way so that they have, the Islamic principle. But I just using Arabic words doesn't cut it. Let's put it that way. So can you, our Islamic history also is not all that great in a way. Shura was never practiced, or almost never practiced. So as we discuss it, trying to transform the current disciplines, could you concretize how you would do, what you would do, and how you would do it?
Barakallahu feek, Prof. It's a very important question, because it's easy to talk big, but then how can you make a change really? I would not be able to give concrete ideas in political science because it is not something I specialized in, even though from my readings, for example, people who talked about shura today, read al-Masiri. Well, read Malik bin Nabi to start with, read al-Masiri, read our sister Dr. Hiba Raouf talked about that, and she is a political theorist. I read Tariq al-Bishri, I read Bayoumi Ghanem, I read like a number of people. They mentioned that shura is not just a political concept in Islam. Shura starts from the society itself. Allah talked about shura in the family in the Quran, that the husband and wife do shura. And I can send you some of the writings, basically how we can popularize shura as a culture in the society and how this could redefine politics. For example, Tariq al-Bishri, when he talked about shura in the niqabat or the professional syndicates, and he suggested that the professional syndicates should be the starting point of restructuring political science, because they would be able to redefine the political by institutionalizing shura in them, so that shura comes from the bottom up rather than become a word that we put on a system that already exists. So what I'm saying is that people who are specialized in certain sciences would be able to look at the pivotal points of where the science need to change. I personally could talk about fiqh and sharia and so on. I wrote on usul al-fiqh extensively. I have a plan from quite some time I've been working on how to restructure fiqh based on its qawa'id and maqasid, and the redefinition of a number of usul and the madhahib and the issues of talfiq, and how many issues that you need to deal with. They are, in my view, as a specialist in that science, pivots. If you change those, the whole science will change. So this is basically a general talk on ideas rather than particularly being able to give you a full answer, but I could give a lecture on the restructuring of fiqh. I gave a couple pages in that book on that, the restructuring of ulum al-hadith. I have a number of pivots that I think are important in the development of ulum al-hadith so that they would meet our needs today. Chapterization, for example, tabweeb al-hadith. The abwab of the hadith are according to abwab al-fiqh so far. But when you renew fiqh, you need different abwab. You need a bab for history, a bab for economics, a bab for medicine. But so far, you only have abwab al-tahara, al-salah, al-zakah, al-iman, so and so forth. So people who are specialized would have the ideas on how to restructure. And I think we did a lot of restructuring, but we haven't highlighted that. I'm surprised people in this university don't know Munab al-Fadl, for example, rahimahullah. Fantastic. Anybody who has anything to do with social sciences has to read Mona Abul Fadl. Let alone Al-Miseri, let alone people who I'm familiar with, maybe others, who did a lot of work on restructuring. Al-Miseri's 6-volume encyclopedia on Judaism and Zionism is a must-read for anybody who's going to speak about politics today, and how they built their empire and who they are and how they divided and their relationship with their scripts. 6-volume, an incredible book on Zionism and Judaism, Miseri, and it's important. Methodologically, it's very important. Allahu A'lam.
Yes, we need to open, we open the floor to Professor Aslam, our Deputy Rector, please.
MashaAllah.
Prof. Aslam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ahlan wa sahlan.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jasser, for your presentation. I have a few points. I want to try and connect what was said by Professor Aziz Barhout with Professor Usman and then yourself. Firstly, I think there is an organic link between Tawhidic epistemology and the IOK agenda. And if I remember correctly, Marhum Sheikh Taha, in one of his early papers, mentioned that IOK is predominantly an epistemological concern. And I think that is where Prof. Osman's idea of Tawhidic epistemology comes in. So that epistemological concern deals with developing this Tawhidic epistemology and then using that epistemology to do the IOK process. At least in my mind, that's how I try to look at it. I fully support your view about the need to reclassify sciences and to go for this transdisciplinary target. That means we need to come up with our own classification of sciences. A very simple example is Ibn Khaldun did this, talking about his Ilm al-Umran. And today, of course, we have disciplines like economics and so on. My third point is about the economics discipline, since you mentioned it. Islamic economics, and it's, I don't know whether it's adopted child or stepchild, Islamic banking and finance, I think has had a very paradoxical relationship. On the one hand, everybody who has a comment to make about Islamic banking and finance always refers to Islamic economics. And whereas we in the discipline of Islamic economics always try to distance ourselves and make a distinction between Islamic economics as the discipline and Islamic banking finance that has become a product that has, become the poster child of, efforts that we have been doing in the area of economics and finance. I think pioneer Islamic economists understood this idea of Tawhidic epistemology, although they may not have been able to present it because we're not trained to talk about epistemology. I'm sure it's the same in all other disciplines, but certainly in social sciences, if you are studying at the graduate level, hardly you will discuss, epistemological issues, except maybe in a few schools. I remember in Cambridge, in Oxford, they do have a course that is given it's an optional course. Yeah? So I think the Islamic economists accepted this idea of looking at a much broader, discipline that not only looked at economics as the modern discipline, but looked at what you said just now, theology, fiqh, and so on, and trying to put this together in an integrated way. However, the world of practice, and I think this is the challenge, because I think the MC just now talked about, one of the things we need to do is we have to have a Tawhidic epistemology, and then we have to put it into practice. I think when it's already difficult enough to do the Tawhidic epistemology as far as the conceptual discussion and so on is, putting it into practice via IOK and developing solutions for the problems that we face, I think IBF is a very good example. Yeah, I'm not denying that we have had successes. I would even go as far as to say that probably we have this minimum common denominator that we have today, but we need to do much more. In the practice, shortcuts were taken. All right. But I think the last 30 years gives us a new opportunity. People have realized that you can't do just, transplants or as what, some have said, patchwork Islamization. Now, coming to the last point, we face challenges, and I look at these challenges internally and externally. Internally, we have to develop this Tawhidic epistemology. It's there, scattered, but we have to develop it. We have to then try to IOK, integrate this into the bodies of knowledge and to produce output that solves problems in a better way. I think there are many problems that have been solved or solutions that have been put forward, but are these solutions done in a better way? I think this is where Prof. Osman's discussion about ethics as a very important criteria of authenticity is important. Okay, so I think that's a major challenge. Secondly, convincing, and this is an external challenge, convincing the community out there, whether it's scholars or even the recipients of our solutions, that what we are doing is authentic, is legitimate, all right? And I think at the end of the day, people are going to say, we want to see workable solutions. You solve the problems of the ummah, then we give attention to what you're saying. But if you're just talking about it without coming up with the solutions, then it's all just another opinion. I think you mentioned about the Quran and its interpretation. I think this is very, very, very central. Our challenge is, how do we convince people that the interpretation done by the scholars is authentic? Because nobody argues against the Quran, at least those who are trying to put forward an Islamic solution, but it's the interpretation and application that becomes an issue. So we have to develop the scholars, okay? And I think this is why in IIUM, we have been trying to, maybe we have been trying, things that need to be modified, developing that core body of scholars who are able to do IOK within the Tawhidic epistemology framework. So what do we need to do to develop these scholars? And how would you propose we do it? Thank you very much.
Barakallahu feekum, Prof. Very quickly, in very few points. One has to do, you're talking about changing a culture of a society. And cultural change is possible, but it would require a number of measures, top of which is political will to change the culture of the society and to shape the law and the economy and the media and the institutions of government and society, business, to shape it in order to change the culture. As someone who lived in the West most of my life, Western culture changed a lot over the past few decades because of people who worked on this. The culture of promiscuity and fluidness we have in the West today is because people thought how to change the politics and the economy, and they worked on the law and the media and celebrities, and they worked on many things. And now, there is a gay culture in the West that was very alien to the West 20 years ago, maybe 30 years ago. Nobody had heard about this in the West 30 years ago as someone who lived in North America. But now it's very different. So how to change the culture requires a lot of these wills. I totally agree with you that Tawhid epistemology is linked to IOK. In fact, I believe that Tawhid epistemology project, the IOK project, the Maqasid project, the Wasatiyya project, all of these projects are dimensions of the same thing. People are trying to renew the renewal project, the Tajdeed, and all of these are just faces of the same project. I don't differentiate between these schools. And I think all of them wrote about Tawheed. Dr. Farouqi wrote about Tawheed. Sheikh Taha, our Ustad, Allah yarhamu, wrote about Tawheed. Qaradawi wrote about Tawheed. Everybody from every side wrote about Tawheed. And that Tawheed, inshallah, would help.
Personani, did you want to ask?
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam.
It's interesting to listen to your futuristic views. I'm just curious. You envisioned these things of 4 big faculties and the 4 studies you mentioned. I'm just wondering what is left in the disciplinary studies if you take up phenomenal studies and strategic studies. Because as a person in the discipline, you do study all those things. And when you need collaboration with others, then your research center or institute will bring out the expert from the other field. So when you have, I can't imagine what will be there under the discipline, under the faculty of phenomenal studies, okay, in terms of courses requirement later on, you know what I mean? Will it be as big as what you have in the disciplinary? So, and also another thing is there something that unites them all, that binds them together, these 4 things? Because in our concept of dissemination of knowledge, even today in our curriculum, we have the IRK courses as the core, you know, and that's why we call the Center of Fundamental Knowledge before, and then we have FIDS, okay? But what is it there that is going to bind these 4 faculties?
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you, Prof, for that. I didn't mean for these circles to be exclusive. If you wish, I don't know, I'm a systems guy. I just wanted to illustrate a picture, but I meant for these borders to be fuzzy rather than, you know, this like definitive. And I also do not have a problem having one science taken out and being a focus with other sciences, even though it is one of the sciences. As you mentioned, strategic studies is one of the disciplines anyway, and phenomena studies are studies under discipline. I just wanted to highlight these as a way of envisioning a future, as you mentioned, rather than being rigid. I didn't mean that. And in that book, I'll send you a copy, Prof. Inshallah, there is more details that I would be honored to read. Yeah, we have.
I see some in the Zoom. Yes,
Dr. Imtiaz,
please, Dr. Ahmad.
Dr. Ahmed.
Dr. Ahmad.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum wa
Alaikum
rahmatullah.
assalam wa rahmatullah.
Yeah, sorry, we are here in the US and just did Tarawih. So
Inshallah.
I have a few comments, and I think Dr. Yasser, appreciate your work and your way of presenting things. But I think the answer is in your diagrams. Because if you look at the Venn diagrams and you have those 4 circles intersecting, perhaps to complete your thought, you need to show us the devils in the detail and the intersectionality of those particular studies. And I'm sure that is what you have in mind. And whenever you come to your other 7 concepts, objectives and all that, those also intersect. So I would think that perhaps if I understand the word Tawheed, which means unifying, perhaps I would even put the word intersectionality with Tawheedic perspective, and that would maybe create some tawafuq, some harmony with that particular term. I also have a recommendation. And I'm very much taking a deep dive into natural law. But I think we as Muslims must perhaps create the equivalent of the Black's Law Dictionary, which is mostly legal and commercial law, and then Jovius Lawful Dictionary. Now, Black's Law has got 7 editions, but if we look at the Cornell Legal Law Library, every single word has got hyperlink of how it should be understood and interpreted. And so perhaps that should be a project that we should undertake, having the equivalent of a legal law dictionary and a lawful law dictionary, and maybe follow the Cornell system in that. Just one slight disagreement. I don't agree that history was linear and that Muslims in the 3rd century were this and then 4th century. When Islam disappeared in Andalus, it reappeared in Indonesia. And when it disappeared somewhere, it manifested itself in the Ottoman Empire. So there were different concentric circles of power within the Islamic world. So those are a few of my thoughts, but shukran for your presentation.
Barakallahu feek. Thank you very much for the precise correction of that. And I totally agree with you on the Islamic history. When I speak about that with the books of fiqh, I mean the books that we adopt today, which were from a low point of our civilization. But I totally agree with you, Prof. And I agree with you on the dictionary the suggestion and a project. It's very good. I disagree on the devil in the details. I think there are angels in the details there. So inshallah, when you look at the details, you will find angels rather than devils, inshallah. Barakallahu feek.
Okay, please.
Prof. Diaz, I see.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam.
It's okay, on the floor, and then we'll go back to
Actually, my question, just for further clarification, thank you very much for giving very interesting talk on this Tawhidic Epistemology. My question here is that earlier we study Islamization of knowledge, then later on integration of knowledge. Now Tawhidic Epistemology. So it seems to me that Tawhid is fundamental issue here. Tawhid is the center point, and knowledge and epistemology both under Tawhid. So now could you just make further clarification that how to integrate between this Tawhidic epistemology and IOK?
These are just different names. See the different names for the Tajdeed attempts. There is a Tajdeed project that many scholars of Islam, the contemporary scholars, worked on. Some of them called it Islamization of knowledge. They looked at this way. They wanted knowledge to be Islamic. Some of them said, no, if we integrate knowledge, that is the Islamic approach. Others said, no, it is actually, let's go to the epistemological basis of knowledge. And if we go to that, this will be its Islamization and integration. Others said, no, let's do wasatiyya. Let's take a wasati, balanced kind of approach to knowledge, and this would be how we can renew knowledge. Others talked about different projects. It's just the same thing. How can we create the knowledge of today that is Islamic, authentic, but also meets the needs of today, the academic needs, the intellectual needs, research needs. So this is how I understand all of these names. I don't find them contradictory, just different dimensions of the same thing.
Okay, please, Prof. Imtiaz.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. How are you, Prof?
Alhamdulillah. Always a pleasure to listen to you. Just, I'm not asking a question. I just want to know the name of the book you mentioned, by the book by Professor Usman Bakar, about which you discuss his classification of knowledge. What is the title of your book?
Yeah, primarily it was his PhD that was eventually published with an introduction by Sayyid Hussein Nasr. But in this paper on Prof. Osman, I covered a number of his books, Science in the Quran, the other book, The Universe, etc. So I send you the paper, Prof. I'll send you the paper, and from the footnotes, you can go to the references, inshallah.
All right. Shukran. Thank you.
Prof. Murad.
Very small observation.
the enterprise that we're embarking into, one big hurdle that we are faced with is the trust that we have on our knowledge. We have inherited the tradition where we study what we study, the tradition of the domains and the disciplines, and we have come to trust it. Its principles, its assumptions, its philosophy, methodologies, epistemology. And this is a huge challenge, a huge wall, when we want to thrust through the wall for the ideal that we're talking about, IOK or Tawhidic Epistemology. In other words, we want to move away from an anti-Tawhidic dimension. In other words, we have to realize that there is the anti-Tawhidic and the Tawhidic. So if we have not internalized what anti-Tawhidic is, then it will be quite impossible to move toward that paradigm.
I totally agree with you, Prof. I think it's important to differentiate between the truth, al-haq, and that is what is constant, versus knowledge. Knowledge is changeable. The definition of gravity changed several times, So how can we educate the public, our researchers, and then the public, of what is fixed in Islam that is not compromisable, not renewable, and we're not going to shake their trust of what is fixed, the pillars and the principles, and what is changeable in Islam. That is Islam too, but has to change. I think we need to educate the public on that, because the public thinks that Islam is one thing only and fixed and never will change. And that is part of the reasons of our weakness as an ummah, because as an ummah, we have to develop our knowledge in order to develop our civilization. Otherwise, we are importing knowledge and importing instruments as well from our enemies. And when we do that, we are having a lower hand. But to have the upper hand, as we did in our past, we developed our sciences. People, yes, still called Ibn Sina al-Farabi Khawarizmi, they still called them Mubtadi'a and all of that. But this was a fringe of the society. Might be loud, but small fringe. The rest of the ummah actually embraced these people and built on their knowledge, instruments and architecture and so on. Inshallah, we can do that, hopefully, inshallah. Barakallahu feekum.
Okay, last question, Prof. Zainul Abidin, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Prof. Jasir. It's really an honor to listen to what you'll be telling us, using your discussions for our students as a basis for understanding maqasid and sustainability. I would love to hear if you can help me, or maybe some of our lectures as well. You know very well, we know very well that the movement or the momentum of sustainability is putting up quite a lot with the fundamental that you were talking about. Interdisciplinary studies, integrated and then transdisciplinary. So with the TE or Tawhidic Epistemology, how do we strengthen the things that is happening, the advance that is happening in sustainability science, which talks a lot of similarities, except it doesn't have the spirituality part. So what I'm hoping to hear is that how do we bring in this TE so that it can strengthen this maybe missing part of sustainability of the spirituality part?
Barakallahu feekum. There is nothing wrong in adopting what others develop of ideas. I mean, non-Muslims coming from a non-Islamic perspective, if it has wisdom, al-hikmatu dallatul mu'min, the wisdom is the lost camel of the believer. I mean, we can adopt, we can build on what they do. But I think that sustainability and development sciences do not just lack spirituality. I think they lack a lot of other elements. Of course, spirituality, and that's why ISTAC worked on SDG 19. I contributed to that volume because I believe that spirituality is good to add. But I think the rest of the SDGs lack some fundamental issues that we have in Islam. We have social relations and charity, ways of giving charity and ihsan and so on. We have some concepts that could be very good for the environment, more than the environmental sciences. Al-umamiyya, umamun amthalukum. We respect every creature as a nation that worships Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and so on. So I think I totally agree with you. And I think we could add spirituality, but I believe we could add also some other elements from Islam to the sustainability sciences and development sciences so that we create our own way of developing our societies rather than importing the ways of us. Barakallahu fiik.
Okay, maybe one more question from the students, if any. Please,
Yeah, please go.
Sir, please correct me if I'm wrong. You said that you want to integrate the religious studies or we can say theology into secular sciences. If that is the case with Islamic ontology, within you accept also biblical ontology to be included in secular sciences or Hindu ontology? Wouldn't that be fair also? Thank you.
Well, it would be fair in terms of international law, but in terms of Islamic studies, no, it wouldn't be fair because the Quran is a book of truth, and we believe that the Bible originally, whether the Torah or the Gospels, were originally books of truth, but then people changed. So we do not trust them as sources of knowledge. And similarly, the Hindu scriptures, the Buddhist scriptures, I am one person who believes that these were original prophetic messages, and that's why they have a lot of elements of truth and talk about Muhammad, etc. But I also believe that they are not adequate to be basis of knowledge for an Islamic knowledge. I don't think someone who is developing Christian economics or Christian ethics is quoting the Quran. Why would he quote the Quran? He doesn't believe in it. He's developing Christian ethics. Or he is a rabbi who is developing a Jewish international politics. Why would he quote Ibn Khaldun or al-Mawardi unless he is going to critique them? So I think that's very important that we differentiate between dialogue with other religions and collaborating on good causes and versus mixing religions. Religions are not the same. And a Christian should be offended if I tell him that your religion is Islam. And I should be offended if they say that my religion is Christianity. Because these are different religions, and that people who respect their religions should keep them differently. Of course, there is a postmodern wave that your generation is subjected to. It's a very strong wave of diluting the reality, diluting the truth, and making everything goes. The liberal philosophy, really, neoliberalism. And I think that is one of the major dangers that we need to deal with, so that neoliberalism doesn't eat our Islamic identity. Jazakumullah khair.
Okay, thank you very much, Jazakumullah khairan, Prof. Jasser Auda. And now we want to move to the next session. Before that, I conclude Tawhidic epistemology is not a rigid theory. It is a transformative paradigm that restores coherence to knowledge, uniting reason with revelation, science with spirituality, and education with divine purpose. And actually, the real challenge is our willingness to break free from fragmented secular models and reclaim knowledge as a means to truth and higher consciousness. And Islamization of knowledge refines the existing structures, while Tawhidic epistemology builds an integrated, purpose-driven system from its foundation. And one provides the tools, the other the framework, and together they ensure that education is not just intellectually rigorous, but spiritually meaningful, leading us towards wisdom, justice, and the divine unity of knowledge. Okay, we thank Professor Jasser Auda for his insights and everybody who has asked the questions, and we move to the next session, inshallah. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. First and foremost, I would like to welcome to the Forum 1, that is Tawhidic Epistemology and its implication for the philosophy and curriculum on Islamic thought, civilization, and studies in higher education. It's a very interesting topic that is going to be deliberated by the two panelists. One is Professor Dr. Zaid Ahmad and also Professor Dr. Hamidullah Marazi. So without any further ado, let us give full attention to the first presentation by Professor Zaid. You're welcome, sir. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. Oh, Xavier, come. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. Yang berbahagia Datuk Aziz and other colleagues who attend this meeting today. First of all, I thank the organizer because of this very important seminar. So, and thank you for having me also to participate in this discourse. Perhaps my presentation is the extension of what Professor Jasir Auda has done, and Prof. Aziz Bahud and Prof. Osman Bakar also. And this is actually from my own point of view, what I understand the Tawhidic Epistemology. I wrote this book. This book is the Epistemology of Ibn Khaldun, about more than 20 years ago. Actually, very long time ago. This is also from my PhD. I was trying to understand what Ibn Khaldun how Ibn Khaldun see the knowledge in the context of civilizational development. Yeah, because in the Muqaddimah, the Kitab al-Ilm, the book of knowledge, is the last chapter of the Muqaddimah, chapter 6. Yeah? But that chapter occupied more than 1/3 of the of the book. That shows perhaps how important is knowledge. Yeah? Because before that, Ibn Khaldun talked about khilafah, about about Umran, about things like that. And then last chapter, he talked about about knowledge, al-ilm. And that occupies almost 1/3 of the book. Yeah. And make it short. Yeah. At the end of my study, I found that Ibn Khaldun used his concept of maratib al-ulum for his civilization theory. The theory of civilization was developed based on the maratib al-ulum. The classification and the categorization and the hierarchy of knowledge. Because today, I think, is one of the most important things that we need to see that, to identify which knowledge is more important than others, even in the university. Yeah. I mean, before we close some departments because of the no takers or things like that, we have to understand what knowledge that is important for our civilization. Yeah? Rather than to see the marketability of the program and so on. If there is no student, then we have to close down the department. Right, coming to my, I prepared some note here, introduction, recognizing Tawhidic epistemology, just, short preamble. Tawhidic epistemology is a knowledge framework rooted in Tawhid, the Islamic concept of oneness of God, which serve the foundation of Islamic thought and civilization. It integrates civil revelation, wahyu, reason, akal, and empirical knowledge to produce a holistic, value-based, and purpose-driven approach to knowledge. In the context of civilizational studies, Tawhidic epistemology emphasizes integration of religious, philosophical, and scientific perspective. It's very plain, and then we understand that. And knowledge also must align with justice, wisdom, and well-being, and maslahah. Yeah. Knowledge should serve humanity, societal harmony, and sustainable development. Yeah. And one of the things that, in this note, just now we're talking about the maqasid, yeah? The purpose of knowledge. I think some of the problem now we're facing is that the loss of the sense of purpose when we do, we develop curriculum and so on and so forth, because we only think of the importance based on what we see today, not the long term and the importance of knowledge based on the maratib al-ulum. Yeah, we are here in this world as Khalifatullah, Vice General of God. Yeah. And as Vice General of God, we have a very big task to ensure that the place we live here is we take care of the earth actually. Yeah? And Ibn Khaldun used the term Umran in his explanation of and Umran is prosperity. Yeah? Because innama ya'mur masjid ya'mur ma'mur yan. In Malay we call it ma'mur. Ma'mur is prosperity. So it is our duty to ensure that the earth is ma'mur. So just now, Professor Zainal asked about sustainability. Ma'mur is part of sustainability. Yeah. So and the align with justice, al-adl, And adl ini is another lecture actually, long lecture about adl and wisdom also, and maslahah. So it's encompass everything, yeah. Here in the Tawhidic Epistemology. It is a comprehensive knowledge framework centered on the principle of Tawhid, the oneness of God, which integrate revelation, reason, and empirical observation into a unified system of knowledge. And this epistemology rejects the secular religious dichotomy and views knowledge as an interconnected whole that must align with divine guidance to serve ethical, moral, and civilizational development. Again, what Prof. Jasir Auda has talked just now. Yeah. What are the problems? Because just now, Prof. Borat talked about the problem. We have this problem actually. Yeah. Modern epistemology has created a magnificent civilization and advanced science and technology successfully. This is the fact that now we see that modern epistemology has successfully created a magnificent civilization, or some people call it the West. The West is the champion of modern civilization. And modern epistemology, which is the main instrument of modernization, has a worrying impact. Actually, we are worried. Because of this worry that we are here today, here in this room. Yeah? And we can imagine that how many people they have no worry. Yeah? Because they don't even know anything about this discourse. We have so many professors here working in academic, as academicians, but they have no interest in discussing this matter, and don't even know what is this about. Some of the professors, they don't even read beyond their discipline. That is the problem. Huh? Because those who don't read beyond their discipline, they cannot talk about this topic, this issue. Cannot. Because they don't know. Yeah, when we master a certain discipline in Islam, we start something. If we want to learn something, one new knowledge, we start with what? Ta'rif. Ta'rif. What is this? Actually, what are we learning? I think we are familiar with this. Yeah? Ta'rif, lughatan wa istilahan. And mafhum, fawaid, faidah. Ma fi faidah, I mean, fawaid al-ulum, ilmu. And then al-alaqah, connection with other knowledge, and so on. I think this tradition has lost already. We don't start with ta'rif. So some of our students, when they graduated, they don't even know the history of his discipline or her discipline. Not the history of discipline. Like we are driving a car, we don't know the history of wheel invention, inventing wheel. Initially, people invent wheel not to carry people. They just want to move some heavy stuff, from one place to another place. So that's why, and now we can drive a car as fast as 500 kilometers per hour. We don't know the history of wheel. I mean, the people start. But never mind if you are a driver, but if you are, in this, this industry, this knowledge industry, we have to know the history of our own discipline at least. Because like it or not, if we study the history of knowledge, they will go into, they will merge. They will merge into one big umbrella. And in during the Greek time, they call it philosophy. Philosophy is the umbrella of all knowledge. But here now we are in modern time. What knowledge can we consider as the umbrella of all other science? If you ask me, I would say civilization studies. Civilization is the umbrella, because any knowledge we learn or we study or we do research, finally that knowledge will have to contribute to the development of our civilization. That's it. No other purpose, no other things, Knowledge is not something that is, useless. It's some use. And all knowledge will contribute to development of our civilization. Modernity has driven human, social, and environmental crises. Modern human experience objectivation and loss their wholeness. Human become alienated from their socio-cultural environment and ultimately lead to an ecological crisis that affect human on a spiritual, emotional, and psychological level. In modern educational epistemology, has encouraged learners to be partial, incomplete, reduced, materialistic, deterministic, and mechanistic. So that's a problem I mentioned before. So we have this problem, compartmentalization, not connected with each other, and so on. So now, why Tawhidic epistemology is crucial for knowledge and civilization? Number one, my point here is that this Tawhidic epistemology provides a holistic and integrated approach to knowledge, bridging the gap between revelation, wahyu, reason, akal, and experience, tajribah. So it is, the process of integrating knowledge into a holistic and integrated a body of knowledge. Tawhidic epistemology also provides a unified framework for knowledge. This is why it is important. And Tawhidic epistemology also addresses the fragmentation between religious and secular sciences. We have religious secular sciences. And Tawhidic epistemology also uphold the concept of wahdatul ilm, unity of knowledge, integrating spiritual, rational, and empirical sources. So that's why it is important. If we believe that knowledge integration is important, therefore we have to bring up this Tawhidic epistemology as mainstream discourse in our university or whatever, in education. Tawhidic epistemology also helps prevent the misuse of modern science and technology by grounding them in ethical values derived from Islamic principles. And Tawhidic epistemology also ensures that scientific advancements, AI, and digital innovation align with moral responsibility and social well-being. We have another challenge because now we have AI in front of us. Well, we are also worried that we will be the victim of AI. Of course, technology cannot be, we must not see technology as our enemy. They are not our enemy, but we have to understand them, to be able to make use of them. Next, it also provides solutions for civilizational challenges, such as environmental crisis, socioeconomic inequalities, and global conflicts. In short, Tawhidic epistemology offers a comprehensive, ethical, and spiritually rooted knowledge framework essential for the renewal of civilization. Now, challenges and obstacles. It relates also to Prof. Murad's question just now. Okay. Number one is conceptual and philosophical challenges. Many academia find it challenging to translate abstract philosophical concept into practical curriculum design. That's what my point earlier. Some of our professors, they don't like to read beyond their discipline. So how can we discuss? We cannot discuss because these people, they find it, this is not important for them. If it's not something important, so they just don't care. And for some who are interested in, they find it very challenging to understand, something that is very abstract for them, especially those who are in the technical area, the technical discipline. They find it abstract and difficult for them to understand it. And number two, knowledge dichotomy and compartmentalization. This is the problems in many institutions. The existence of dichotomy and compartmentalization. Most universities, including Islamic institutions, are structured on the Western epistemological framework that compartmentalize knowledge, resulting in a fragmented approach that contradicts the Tawhidic framework. Knowledge don't talk to each other. They are studying in silo. They don't see the common ground. I think this is one of the biggest challenges for people like me. I've been more than 30 years in the university teaching what we call as general courses. The general courses that is compulsory for all the students from all disciplines. They come to the class, they just want to make sure that they pass. That's it. Some of them they don't even bother, to read, whatever we recommended to read, And after all, the class is so big because all students come to this class, to that class, some 500 students in one class, 700 students, 400 students. So, I mean, yeah, of course, the course is important, but the way we implement it is not very effective, actually, not very effective. So, can you imagine a student from fishery studies, fisheries, perikanan, fisheries, or veterinary medicine, doctor, And we talk about this thing. They are so strange for them. Something which is no, they cannot comprehend. What is the relevance of this thing with their program and their discipline that they study? They study anymore. We want them to talk about all this, abstract things. They say no. They're not interested. So this is why it's a big challenge for for those who conduct these courses. Okay, number 3, institutional and structural constraints. Structural limitation such as bureaucratic inertia, administrative resistance, and lack of constitutional support. In some institutions, because of the compulsory, they offer the courses, but like I said just now, with 500 students taking the course in one class and so on. So no significant institutional support. Yeah. And number 4, curriculum design and implementation. Tawhidic epistemology demands a multidisciplinary approach. Lack of expertise in both Islamic knowledge and modern science would lead to imbalanced integration. So that's what I said. Our professors or our lecturers need to read a lot beyond their own discipline, so that they can see the bigger picture of the bigger body of knowledge, the universe of knowledge. Only then they can position their expertise within that bigger body of knowledge. So lack of qualified educators and scholars, significant shortage of academic and limited availability of trained scholars who can effectively teach integrated subject to apply Tawhidic principle. So, like what I said just now, how many people can train people in this, discourse? So we are here in this room now, but we can imagine outside this room, in other universities, they are working on their own. All right. Strategy for curriculum development and implementation. This is some of my suggestions. If we want to implement this, some of the things that we can do at institutional level. Number 1 is policy engagement. We need institutional commitment. IUM, no problem. I'm sure. I mean, we have no problem. But other institutions, I think we can ask Prof. Murad. It's difficult to get through. Sometimes, we have designed a course and we propose, shut down at the Senate level. Because, some people see that is not very important because we have already 120 credit hours. So how are we going to increase this one? Students are already busy enough with their 120 credit hours. So it's not easy to get through. So the buying in must be at the top management level in the university. If we can get the top management level, then maybe it's easier for implementation. And number 2, this is the design. How to implement, how to apply Tawhidic framework in our curriculum design. Maybe Prof. Rosnani have got a lot of experience. How to apply this? We build when we design a curriculum, sometimes we just, throw our ideas now without having any particular framework. That's why, as you know, we don't give the definition of that. Why we need that one? We start with the big picture of the knowledge, and then later on, then we can go through to the detailed part of it. Otherwise, there will be, apa dalam bahasa Melayu kita kata terjun tak bertangga. What was Prof. Murad? Terjun tak pakai tangga. Just jump into this. And then next one is content, curriculum reform and review. We have actually, at the university level, we can review our curriculum maybe within 4 or 5 years. Once in 4 or 5 years. And we have that opportunity, to review, to see, and to reform the curriculum that we have. And it has to be a continuous effort. That's why I said the institutional commitment must be very strong. Yeah? Delivery, capacity building, competence educators. So we want them to deliver that, that particular discipline or course to the students with the framework of Tawhidic epistemology. So that means that Tawhidic epistemology must be the mainstream culture in that particular institution. Everyone bring this mission and vision, Prof. The mission and vision must be carried by every single lecturer, so that it will, spread out to the students. It must become a culture, the academic culture in that particular institution, and this is not easy also. Research and publication, of course, geared towards, mainstreaming the Tawhidic epistemology in that institution. Evaluation, identify problem and continuous improvement. We always have to evaluate. If there is weaknesses, then we have to improve. We have to improve from time to time. It's a continuous improvement. All right. Point number 6, the future directions and recommendation. Some recommendation. Institutionalizing Tawhidic epistemology. This is another difficult part. How to do that? Establish Tawhidic Curriculum Development Center. Again, in IIUM, we might not, having any problem to have this. But in other institutions, we might find it a problem unless there is a commitment at the top level to establish this Tawhidic Curriculum Development Center, so that we can have, that center to carry out training of trainers. All whoever join the university or join the institution, they have to go through the courses. This, to this center and pass. Only then they will become part of the academic staff in this in the institution, so that everyone has got this idea. But what happened now is that everyone, when they join the lecture and then they go to the class, they teach whatever they, style, freestyle. They have a freestyle, like, swimming, freestyle, up to them. And then, promote interdisciplinary research, Tawhidic knowledge integration. So this center plays very important role. It has to be put under, at the university level, it has to be put under chancellery or under rector's office. Only then they have the authority to do whatever, needed to be done. The what do you call it? The authority that they have, under the office of chancellery or rector office, the center. And next, advancing research and publication. Encourage scholarly work of Tawhidic epistemology and knowledge integration. This will include publication. We have to produce more and more materials. I know that we've been talking about this for so long. Those days we only read Ismail Faruqi and a few others, Naqib al-Atas, and now we have already so many books like Al-Masiri and things like that. I'm gonna try to explain this. And this material and publication must be increased from time to time. And this can also come under this Tawhidic Curriculum Development Center. And then developing peer-reviewed journal focus on Tawhidic epistemology. There might be a certain journal that focus on this issue. Anybody wants to write about this, they can publish in that. Then people want to find, any, latest discourse on this, they can go to the journal. And strengthening international collaboration. Of course, we cannot work in silo. We have to work with others also. And this one, Triple IT have done a good job so far. But other universities, other institutions also must also participate in this, collaboration. I think in Malaysia, Indonesia, and in this region, Thailand, Philippines, got some kind of collaboration, and create global network for Tawhidic knowledge exchange and curriculum development, and then leveraging digital transformation. Utilize AI and online platform for Tawhidic knowledge dissemination. Establish open access repositories for Tawhidic-based research and education. Yeah, it's in line with what I said before. Yeah, we have to utilize this whatever AI or technology, things like that. We cannot be the victim of this technology. We have to make use of them. We control them for our benefit. And last, this is Khatimah. Tawhidic epistemology provide an unlimited framework for knowledge and civilization. Summary. Number 2, curriculum development should be dynamic, interdisciplinary, integrated, and aligned with Tawhidic framework. So this is another difficult part to do. To see, you have to revise or review all the curriculum that we have. Number 3, encourage academic contribution and institutional support. Well, especially for the knowledge and science that is already very strongly dominated by the Western paradigm. We have other social science and so on, because the domination of those ideologies, in this kind of disciplines, sometimes it's very difficult for us to get out of it, because our mindset is already there. The epistemology that we use is the Western framework epistemology. Encourage academic contribution and institutional support, and advocate for curriculum reform that reflect Tawhidic principles. Curriculum reform. Strengthen research initiative and cross-disciplinary dialogue, and mainstreaming Tawhidic epistemology as a transformative framework for sustainable knowledge and development and civilizational progress. MashaAllah. So wallahu alim tawfiq. So that is, basically my small piece of contribution for this course today. Hope it will benefit us, inshallah. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Zaid, for the very insightful and refreshing presentation. For those people who just joined us, we are now in the Forum 1, Tawhidic Epistemology, and its implication for philosophy and curriculum of Islamic thought, civilization, and studies in higher education. We have two panelists here. One is Professor Dr. Zaid Ahmad, who just presented just now. Let us now move to the second panelist, Professor Dr. Hamidullah Marazi. You're welcome, Prof.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نحمده ونصلي على رسول الكريم أما بعد. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Very clear.
Thank you very much. First of all, I am very thankful to Professor Abdulaziz Bargut and STAC and IIUM for giving me chance to talk about this very crucial subject. But I will be just talking about the theoretical aspect of this subject because unless and until we are able to make the theoretical aspect of this subject very clear and make people convinced by our argumentation that Tawhidic epistemology is possible, that can be the alternative to modern Western paradigm of knowledge and epistemology. So, as has been done by the West, as has been already mentioned by Professor Oda and other scholars, that West has worked for a long time to make its viewpoint or Weltanschauung prevalent in the world, especially in the world of academics. So we also needed to do that work, but we have not put a lot of efforts for this purpose. We have to first clear so many doubts, and we have to explain what we mean by philosophy. Are we advocating the same philosophy which is being promoted by the Western scholars? Or we are promoting the same philosophy which has been once advanced by our scholars in the past? Or we are just bringing some new Weltanschauung, we are bringing some new style of that philosophy to fore, which can meet the modern demands as well as also fulfill the needs and requirements of the syllabi and make a headway and contribute to civilization, as has been mentioned beautifully by Professor Zaid. So, to start with, philosophy in a nutshell is the study of fundamental questions regarding existence, knowledge, values, reason, mind, and language. It involves critical thinking, reflection, and the pursuit of wisdom to understand the nature of reality, the human condition, and our place in the world. Philosophers seek to explore concepts, challenge assumptions, and provide deeper insights into life, ethics, truth, and the universe. So, thus, philosophy is an activity. It is not just a subject. Muslim philosophers and theologians have battled it out among themselves for centuries, and the issues culminated in the arguments of Al-Ghazali and Ibn Sina. For the philosophers, the issue was one of saving the orderliness of the world. The world, they argued, is a cosmos, a realm in which order and law prevail, where things happen by a cause and causes cannot be without their proper effects. In this stand, they were heirs to the Greek, the Mesopotamian, and the ancient Egyptian legacies of religion and philosophy. So at that time, even Muslim philosophers, they inherited philosophy from the Greeks, and they wanted to cultivate that with all its good and bad things. And sometimes they compromised with the concept of Tawheed. And they were more interested in Neoplatonic view of emanation, and they presented 10 intelligences in order to tell us how the world emerged. At-Tawheed is that which gives Islamic civilization its identity, which binds all its constituents together and thus makes of them an integral organic body, which we call civilization. In blending disparate elements together, the essence of civilization, in this case, At-Tawheed, impresses them by its own mold. It recasts them so as to harmonize with and mutually support other elements without necessarily changing their natures. So we understand that it is Tawheed, which can become the philosophy of education, philosophy of science in modern times, as it used to be once. And there have been stages, and Muslims have never compromised with Tawheed. We find there have been 6 stages of Muslim philosophy. In the earliest stage, Muslims were just pondering on the Quranic verses, and there were the categories of reasoning and ratification. Like we had the tafakkur, we had the taqul, we had the tadabbur, we had the tafakkuh, and we had hikmah and ilm. These were the categories which were brought forth by Quran, and these were explained in the various verses of the Quran. And for example, when we talk about tafakkur, tafakkur was to think about the universe and its creation and the alteration of days and nights. And tafakkur was mostly related with the religious affairs and the social matters of a society. In the same way, taqul was common sense. And in the same way, hikmah, that was encompassing all these categories of knowledge. So this was the epistemology which was created by Quran. And in this stage, Sahaba and the companions of the Prophet ﷺ and the Tabi'in and Taba Tabi'in, they were considering those verses, and in light of that, they were developing sciences. And they developed fiqh, they developed ilm al-hadith and naqd hadith and other subjects and tafsir as well. And later on, tasawwuf was also developed by Muslims and ilm al-kalam. And later on, there was a second stage when the Greek books were translated into Arabic, and that gave impetus to this, process of philosophizing. And that was a new stage, and that was the second stage of Muslim philosophy, second phase of Muslim philosophy. Third phase was to make the commentaries on the books of the Greeks. And fourth was that to criticize various elements which were found in Greek philosophy. And then later stage was Islamization of philosophy. So this process of Islamization or Tawhidization was there from very beginning. For example, that was started by Imam Ghazali by writing several books. First he wrote Maqasid al-Philosopher. Then he came out with Tahafut al-Philosopher. And afterwards he wrote Ihya Ulumuddin. So in this way, this process of Tawhidization and whatever he found was contradicting Tawheed in the philosophy of Ibn Sina and Al-Farabi, he came out with a critique of those philosophers and brought new dimensions to fore, where he criticized the Greek categories of knowledge, and he did not believe in just reason, but he said there are four judges. First judge is sense perception, that is Hakmi His, and second is Hakmi Aql, that is the judge of reason, and third is Hakmi Wijdan, judge of intuition, and fourth is Hakmi Wahi, that is the judge of revelation. So in this way, he challenged the categories of knowledge which were being accepted by Muslims under the impact of the Greek and Hellenistic philosophy. And he said that Sufis are at the feet of prophets, and where the sainthood ends, prophethood starts. And this distinction was not kept in view by other philosophers like Ibn Sina, Al-Farabi, and even Al-Kindi. Or in this way, we find that this Tawhidization or Islamization of philosophy has taken place from very beginning. And later on came Ibn Taymiyyah. He came out with the critique even of the Greek logic in his several books, Taruz Dal-Aql Naql, as well as Ar-Rad al-Mantaqin. So in this way, he also tried to show that where Muslim philosophers have erred and where they have gone away from the Weltanschauung of Tawheed, and how we can correct them. And he brought a new dimension to fore, where revelation was very important and Tawheed was very important. And he corrected the lapses which were occurring in the philosophies of his predecessors. So in this way, this Tawhidization, it was at work in all aspects of Muslim philosophy and Muslim philosophers. So Muslims have been trying to bring back, their philosophy and ilm al-kalam to the pristine citadel of Tawheed. As principle of knowledge, At-Tawheed is the recognition that Allah, Al-Haq, the truth is, and He is the All. This implies that all contention, all doubt is referable to Him, that no claim is beyond testing, beyond decisive judgment. At-Tawheed is the recognition that the truth is indeed knowable, that man is capable of reaching to it. The concept of Tawheed, the oneness of God, lies at the heart of Islamic thought and civilization, shaping both its theology and intellectual traditions. Muslim philosophers and theologians such as Al-Ghazali and Ibn Sina, they engaged in intense debates about the nature of the universe and the relationship between divine transcendence and the orderly cause and effect world. For philosophers like Ibn Sina, the universe was seen as a rational and orderly cosmos, where every event followed a cause, rooted in the ancient Greek, Mesopotamian, and Egyptian philosophical traditions. These thinkers believed that creation marked a transition from chaos to a well-ordered cosmos, where everything followed logical and consistent laws. However, this view created tension with the theological notion of God's transcendence. So Muslims were very much conscious, even if the philosophers deviated from the actual path of Tawheed, they were objecting to that, as I have mentioned about the efforts of Ibn Taymiyyah and even Ghazali. Beyond these philosophical debates, Tawheed also functions as the essential unifying principle of Islamic civilization. It is the area that binds all elements of life and thought together, molding them into a coherent and integrated whole. This principle transforms various aspects of society, such as law, ethics, science, and culture, ensuring that they harmonize with their core belief in the oneness of God. This transformation may be subtle in some cases, affecting only the form of certain practices, or it may be radical, changing the very function and purpose of societal institutions. Regardless of the degree of change, At-Tawheed gives each component of the civilization its relevance and meaning, ensuring that all elements are aligned with divine unity. After discussing these aspects, I just want to say something because of the concept which has been highlighted by Professor Usman Bakr. In modern times, in his several lectures, he has mentioned about Tawheed, and he has tried to give it a new importance and new, I should say, impetus has been given to it. So according to him, that Tawheed, the fundamental concept of Islamic thought, signifies the unity of God and serves as the basis for understanding all knowledge. Usman Bakr explores the area of Tawhidic Epistemology, which asserts that all true human knowledge is ultimately related to the unity of God, as all things are ontologically connected to their divine origin. This view forms the foundation of Muslim intellectual tradition, where scholars pursued knowledge not merely for technological or material advancements, but to uncover the wisdom and divine laws inherent in the nature. In this worldview, the study of the universe, including sciences, arts, history, and philosophy, is seen as a way to understand God's creation and laws, which are themselves a form of divine revelation. While as we find in modern philosophy, there is no scope for any transcendence or revelation or any other source than sense perception or at the most reason. Because there are two schools of philosophy. One is rationalism and second is empiricism. And empiricists believe that sense perception is the only source of knowledge, while as rationalists believe that we have innate ideas and we know things already, and when the different type of manifestations take place, then that knowledge becomes evident. And there is a little bit emphasis on intuition that is in Bergson, but there is no concept of revelation at all. But when we talk about Tawhidic epistemology, we are trying to bring back revelation and its role in human knowledge. And in the same way, we are bringing God back, because there is no conception of God in modern philosophy in most cases, be it pragmatism, be it materialism, be it atheism, or be it in many cases existentialism. There are only few philosophers who believe in God, like Kierkegaard and others. But most of the philosophers of modern times, they believe in non-existence of God, or they want to remove God, or they want to remove metaphysics. And for example, logical positivists, they had two important goals. One was elimination of metaphysics, and second was verification principle. Whatever is not verifiable, that has no sense, and we have to eliminate metaphysics. And this is also the philosophy of positivism of August Comte and others. So in this way, if we want to bring back Tawhidic epistemology, so we have to present different type of arguments in the support of this epistemology and Tawhidic Weltanschauung. And further, Muslim scholars, in line with this Tawhidic epistemology, they had balanced progress and preservation, material and spiritual well-being, and skepticism with faith. This approach allowed them to develop sophisticated frameworks and systems of knowledge. Their understanding of knowledge was grounded in the principle of Tawhid. We saw all knowledge as interrelated and reflective of God's unity. This led to groundbreaking contributions across various scientific and philosophical fields, as they sought to live in harmony with the divine laws of nature and society. So we can say that when our predecessors, when our ancestors and our earlier philosophers like Ibn Sina, Al-Ghazali, Al-Farabi, Ibn Taymiyyah and others, when they could build a system which could become their, I should say, norm for so many years, and which was followed by the Western scholars and many Christian scholars like Pascal, like Aquinas, and like other Saadia Gaon and Maimonides. So why not in modern times we can also come out with a new system of philosophy which can be viable, which can solve the problems of modern world, where after their postmodernism there is no meaning of any grand narrative. There is end of the history and everything, and we have no great narratives at all, and there is no meaning in anything. There is only absurdity. In this way, this Tawhidic epistemology can bridge the gap and make philosophy and make science relevant to our life. Usman Bakr has also highlighted the distinction between Islamic and Western epistemologies. In Islam, the scientific spirit originated from religious studies, especially the Sharia, Islamic law, which emphasizes the exercise of reason, ijtihad, and empirical investigation. This contrasts with the Western scientific tradition, which grew out of a rebellion against religious dogma. We have to understand the background when we are just talking about, Tawhidization or Islamization of philosophy. The religious sciences, by encouraging critical reasoning and empirical observation, laid the groundwork for later scientific exploration. Professor Usman advocates for the integration of knowledge rather than its Islamization, a concept that he believes aligns better with Islamic principles. He asserts that the Tawhidic principles is key to integrating diverse fields of knowledge and fostering a more holistic understanding of the world. This integration is not about imposing a narrow worldview, but expanding knowledge by connecting various domains through the unifying principle of Tawhid. The goal is to address global challenges like poverty, environmental degradation, and conflicts, and create solutions grounded in a spiritually informed scientific understanding. Because there is no scope of spirituality or, I should say, morality in modern philosophy in most cases. After Kant, hardly any philosopher has talked about morality, and mostly if we go by pragmatism, so those things are very important which have utility, which are workable, and there is no other value than this. And then hedonism, maximum pleasure of an individual, or then utilitarianism, maximum pleasure of a maximum number, but there is no neutral criterion for ethics or spiritual values at all in modern philosophy. But when we are just bringing the Tawhidic epistemology to fore, or we are bringing Tawhidic aspects to philosophy in modern times, then we can bring those values back, and that will just fulfill several needs of human nature, where we find that humans have been, the fragmentation has taken place, and there is a lot of dichotomy between different sciences, natural sciences and social sciences, humanities and philosophy and other arts and other subjects.
So 2 more minutes, Prof.
Yeah, okay. So now I am just trying to revamp whole discussion by saying that by advocating Tawhidic epistemology, there is quite possibility that Muslim scholars and philosophers and sociologists, they can bring a new paradigm of knowledge to fore, and that needs a lot of I should say exercise on the part of experts, and we need to master modern philosophy also, and we have to see what are the loopholes in modern philosophy. As during the time of Ghazali, he first mastered Greek philosophy, and he knew that philosophy better than the Greek advocates, the advocates of Greek philosophy were knowing. And he himself says in his book, that is Maqasid al-Philosopher, unless and until we master our philosophy of modern days, we are not able to criticize it. So we need such people who studied modern philosophy and see the weaknesses and loopholes in that, and then come out with Islamic and Tawhidic paradigm of philosophy. Secondly, we have to develop, we have to see what is relevant in our old philosophy or classical philosophy, and what is not relevant and what is relevant in that. For example, they were just discussing everything in the light of the Greek paradigm, where there was a lot of impact of Neoplatonism, and there was a lot of impact of I should say different type of Christian and Roman religious dimensions, which are to be purged from those all influences, and we have to just Islamize that philosophy as well, in order to make it, in conformity with the Islamic Weltanschauung of Tawhid, because there have been several elements in that philosophy which have been contradicted by later philosophers. For example, Watul Wujud, which has been later on contradicted by people like Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi. In the same way, Ibn Taymiyyah has also criticized about, he has criticized Watul Wujud in the Sufi thought. In the same way, Ghazali has criticized the Greek, the influences of Greek in Muslim philosophers like Ibn Sina and Al-Farabi. And later on, Ibn Taymiyyah has criticized even Ghazali, which he had included many aspects of Greek philosophy in his logic. And he had accepted in his Al-Mustasfa fi Usul Fiqh that we need to develop and master Greek logic. But Ibn Taymiyyah has criticized that even in this logic is not necessary, because Quran has its own logic. So in this way, we need to master our legacy of philosophy and see what is relevant in that to the Tawhidic principles and what is not. Finally, Islamization of knowledge or integration of knowledge or Tawhidization of knowledge has to become a movement, and many people have to work together in order to come out with different type of views and different type of theories, and where they are able to replace Western paradigm of philosophy and come out with Islamic categories of knowledge like tafakkur, like tadabbur, like tafakkur, and like hikmah and ilm, and then we have marifa. So these categories of knowledge are to be explained in framework of modern knowledge and in context also of our earlier legacy of philosophy, and then we can just come out with a new paradigm of knowledge which can suit the needs of modern times also, and we can also challenge all the un-Islamic elements which are found in modern philosophy or which are also subsisting in our own legacy of philosophy. With these words, because of the paucity of time, I could not read my whole paper. I think that if there are some questions, we can just engage with that. And thank you very much for your rapt attention.
Thank you very much for Professor Marazi. Now in Kashmir. Let us open for the question and answer. Is there any question in the hall here, in our room here, and then we go to the online. Yes.
Jazakallah khair, both profs and brothers, for enlightening remarks. Barakallahu feekum. I just have a comment on the word Western, because I think that the West is changing recently. I'm talking, perhaps putting my Western hat on in that sense. I don't think that the ideas that I offered are Eastern or Western. If you want to geographically locate them, they were thought about in the West, and we worked with researchers in the West, some black, some white, some Chinese, I don't know. We worked these ideas through the Maqasid Institute at that time in the United States. So I think East and West is not a valid classification anymore. And even the Western Empire politically has divided. Now it's mostly the Anglo-Saxons, the Anglo-American in one place and the European in a different place now. So hopefully it is disintegrating. So inshallah, I think it would be more accurate to say secular rather than Western. So just a note, a question.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Actually, we have to accept it that the discourse of West is dominant, and they are even dictating syllabi for Islamic studies, mostly in Muslim universities and different parts of the world. Even the syllabi has been just made in such a way, devised in such a way, where the books of the Orientalists are being, utilized for understanding Islamic history. We have not replaced the Western discourse in our own universities so far. So we have to accept this thing that Western, discourse is dominant, even in the studies of Islamic studies. And if we want to challenge that, we have to also present, alternative to that with the great books which have methodology and which have conciseness and which have the argumentative power. So although we can't talk in geographical terms, but still we have to accept this. The Western paradigm is very dominant, even when we talk about Islamic studies. Their books are just they are meeting the needs of the times rather than our own scholarship. We could not present alternative to that discourse at all so far.
Thank you very much. So we have, well. So, yeah, Prof. Osnani here.
Thank you, Brother Ahmad. Thank you very much for Prof. Wright's enlightening, I think, a very concrete, clear ideas or visions of the problems and the recommendation, and also Prof. Hamidullah for reiterating Prof. Usman Bakar's idea. My question here is, since your issue of the problem is very clear, so I would like to know how would be the product of this Tawhidic epistemology, which also incorporates Islamic integration of knowledge. How would the product differ from the existing product of IIUM? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. If I can share some of my experience. When I was dean of the faculty, I took a few lecturers graduated from UIAM and also from other universities also. Yeah. And for this stuff, those who graduated, actually they are doing their masters and PhD outside Malaysia, but their first degree is in UIAM. It's very easy to talk to them about this, something to do with this Islamization of knowledge, because they know the terminology, they know the stuff, they are familiar with this. But those who are not, who are trained from somewhere else, difficult for me to talk about this issue, because that's what I said. These people, if they don't read beyond their own discipline, they will not be able to grasp, to understand this issue. So far, I would say that UIAM has already established some kind of, a certain level of achievement in this thing. So people or students who graduated from UIAM, if you talk about the Islamization of knowledge, Tawhidic, they know that. They can involve in the discussion without any problem. But for other students, they're not going to. Actually, it's more on because if we talk about subject matter, it is difficult for us. We cannot differentiate between this, this sociology course in UIA and sociology course in, we cannot differentiate between this. This curriculum is developed based on the Tawhidic principle framework, and this one is not. It is not written. It is something unwritten, and it is based on those the one who deliver the teaching, to do the teaching. Yeah? You do the teaching, then you carry the mission and vision, then you can inculcate the values in that. Otherwise, if you if you bring this to sociology from or anthropology from UKM, from you cannot see the difference. On paper, maybe a few keywords, things like that. But but the delivery part is I think is very crucial. The competency of the lecturers, to deliver that is unwritten. Yeah.
Just I want to add one point, sir. So as a student of and a teacher of philosophy, for example, I just tried to make some changes in the syllabi when I was teaching philosophy. Instead of starting with the translation moment, I started with the Quranic categories of knowledge. For example, what are the different verses of Quran? Aql, tafakkur, tadabbur, ta'aqul, and hikmah. So then I just show to the students what are the different layers of meaning. in these verses of the Quran, which talk about these epistemological categories. And afterwards, I just talked about the Islamic views about knowledge, about other subjects which pertain to epistemology, rather than starting from the Greek translations of Greek translation of Arabic into Greek books into Arabic. So my point is that if at our individual level as teachers we want to Islamize or bring the Tawhidic aspect in philosophy, that is possible. Alhamdulillah, much has been included in syllabi, and we had to challenge the paradigm which was being just taken ahead by other people. They were presenting Muslim philosophy as the offshoot of Greek philosophy. And what were the different stages? What was the critique which was made to Greek philosophy by Muslims like Ghazali, like Ibn Taymiyyah? And that has been not brought to fore in many ways. So if we just show the progression, and if there was Greek influence once, but that was challenged later on, and people wanted to make philosophy to conform with the Islamic epistemology or Tawhidic epistemology. So that aspect I tried to bring in syllabi, and that helped a great deal. And now that is a part of our syllabi, our course in different universities of Kashmir and India. So in this way, I feel that we have to start somewhere practically rather than criticizing actual, the things which are happening this time. We have to just do something practical rather than just theorizing for a long time, and bring some, I should say, model of Islamization of philosophy, Tawhidization of philosophy to fore, and even Ilmul Kalam. We have to also revamp that and see that in Islamic light, and see what has been the Tawhidic developments which have taken place over the centuries. And because Muslims were very much conscious about Tawhid. For example, I will just give one example. For example, Wahdatul Wujud. So this was a dominant philosophy once, but that was challenged by scholars like Sheikh Ahmad Sarindi. And it means that he was also conscious about Tawhid, because their Tawhid was being compromised in Wahdatul Wujud and in such other philosophies. Even Mansur was condemned by Sufis themselves. So this aspect, we also need to see how the Islamization and Tawhidization of philosophy and Tasawwuf has been taking place over the different centuries. So this point I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that there is I'm sure there is so many questions. Do we have a time, bro?
My question has not been answered.
Oh, yeah.
Actually.
Okay.
What you pointed out is true in the sense of the achievement of IOK, IUM now. My question was, now that you've moved to the new term Tawhidic Epistemology, okay, what kind of difference do you expect from the graduates of this program? Because if it's the same, so why make the change? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. There is a question here also from Datuk Wan, who's asking a very critical question. He asks, in Malaysia, the position of Islam as the law of the land that we inherited from our traditional legal system has been extremely challenged due to the popular fallacy that Malaya was colonized more than 500 years ago. As a consequence, they argue that Malaya has lost sovereignty to colonial rules that replace Islamic law with English law and rules of equity. Okay. Hence, the constitutional provision, Article 3, is continuously argued, only validating its scope within the confinement of Muslim personal law that fall within the state jurisdiction. Even a few in our UM lecturers comfortably taught our students that Malaysia is a secular country that promotes secularism. And Article 3(4) of the Federal Constitution further brings down the position of Islam lower than the parliamentary democracy practices. So how can this Tawhidic epistemology sustain as the nucleus of the IUM educational philosophy and be capable of influencing the human knowledge foundation in Malaysia, where the main critical issue from constitutional perspective is enabling the executive implementation of this methodology and its inspiration vis-a-vis ultimate goal, it is not addressed? I'm not sure if you understand the question. Yeah, that would be very long. Summarize it. You can summarize it.
So you can address that question. Change of terminology yeah, please, yeah, yeah. Well, the spirit is the same. I agree with Prof. Jasir Auda. The spirit is the same because changing of terminology sometimes we have to deal with the current problem. Sometimes we got some problem with Islamization those days. Some people don't understand, and some people and then we think that we might have to enrich the vocabulary so that we can understand better the concept. But the spirit, I think, does not change. Yeah, the spirit. We want to have to integrate knowledge and then to I think that's my understanding. Yeah. My understanding. My response. Okay. Any from Murad? Huh?
I have my turn afterwards, but see, when we talk about sociology, for example,
Yeah.
the birth of sociology as a field of study, as an academic discipline, is within a different crucible. Within the context against the background of the conflict between church and state and science and religion and so on. So it was meant to resolve problems peculiar to that particular society. I'm talking about Anglo-Saxon society. So the sociology that, and one, I mean, there are many, that we transplant in our society is lock, stock, and barrel from that particular period. We have not restructured it in Malaysia. I know there are attempts in the 70s and 80s, but that has remained the same.
Well, of course the subject matter is the same, but the orientation, this is because there are difference. Yeah, I can give a simple example in sociology. Rural development in the West is different from rural development in Malaysia. Well, the same terminology we use, rural development, but the discussion on rural development in the West is totally different from what we have today. We are talking about the poor people, living in remote areas and things like that. That is rural development. But rural development in England, for example, is is different, totally different. But the same, if we don't change the orientation, then we cannot solve our problem because we use the framework from the experience of other society, not from our society.
Again, one statement. Europe is unique. Any problem that we find is unique to that particular society. But Europe has cleverly universalized that uniqueness. So it becomes our problem.
We're speaking the English language here. I mean, it's not.
Can
Okay.
I summarize?
Yeah, I think Dato, we are running out of time, but we can actually continue our discussion after Zohor. I'm sure there are so many questions here I saw on the Zoom as well and here in the room. But in the interest of time and also Zohor, we suspend our discussion for a while and we will come back here and we debate again. I also have a question, but I will suspend after the Zohor prayer then. So inshallah we meet again here and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
What time, Dr. Ahmad? What time? What time we meet again? 1:45, but the Azan is 1:30.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Our participant on the Zoom and YouTube channel, welcome back. Inshallah, we will start very shortly. Thank you very much for your presence and patience.
Assalamu alaikum.
Let me welcome Prof. Sami Dagestani, who is, I think, on the Zoom, and he will be one of the speakers for this session, inshallah. Welcome, Prof. Sami.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Sheikh Khalid, you can go ahead.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear brothers, sisters, professors, Dato, colleagues, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I wish you all good afternoon, and I think we just have our Zohar prayer here in Malaysia. Since the audience are from many parts of the world, you can look after your own timer to see about the timetable there. But on behalf of the organizer, thank you very much for your presence. We have this forum number 2, and we have actually 3 speakers. So I'm not very sure how to go in terms of dividing the time. And maybe we can give each speakers 15-20 minutes, and then followed by Q&A session. And if someone is taking more time as a second speaker without being appointed as a speaker, I will cut you off. Question direct to the points instead of taking another lectures. So please be mindful of the time. Furthermore, it's the month of Ramadan. So Alhamdulillah, nice to, and I'm the most sort of ignorant person here as a moderator for this session, because I think many of you who know me, they know I am basically from a discipline which is more management sciences rather than the social sciences or pure sciences, medical sciences, life sciences. We believe more into the practical aspects of it. So we categorize ourselves a practical science. Somebody open it. So thank you very much. We have actually 3 speakers. First of all, I think our Professor Emerita, Dr. Rosnani Hashim. She is actually not a new to us, but maybe new to the younger generation. Professor Rosnani's career at IIM began in 1987, where she became a pioneering figure in the development of the Kulliyah of Education. Under her leadership as head of the Kulliyah, she oversaw the expansion of its program, introducing bachelor's, master's, doctoral degrees in education. One of our significant achievements during this time was the establishment of the IIM International Islamic School. Many of your children perhaps studying there. Her strategic guidance as the chairman of the board of directors of Sitya Budi and International Islamic School not only transformed the school financially, but also saw the development of teacher training programs and the production of so many things. I think it will take more time for me to read. Then we have the another online Zoom, Dr. Sami. He is there. Perhaps he might be the first speaker. Dr. Sami Dagestani is an associate professor, senior lecturer in contemporary Islamic studies at the Lund University, Sweden, and associate faculty member of the Brooklyn Institute of Social Research and New York City, and research scholar at the Middle East Institute at the Columbia University. And again, is a long narration. And finally, we have the speaker, none other than Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dato Ahmad Murad American. Can anyone raise the hand here who doesn't know Dato Murad here? If not, you don't deserve to be in ISTAC, actually. So I think, but for the members on the, what you call virtually, Professor Dato Ahmad Murad American is currently a professor at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization. Prior, he was at the Center for the Policy Research and International Studies, University of Science, Malaysia. He is also an adjunct professor at the National Academy of Arts, Culture and Heritage. He taught various aspects of journalism and social sciences for 3 decades. He also founded the Institute of Journalism Studies at a public university in the Klang Valley. So there are a lot of, again. So this brief introduction, I think, brings me to the next idea about the topic we are talking about, Tawhidic Epistemology. To me, actually, it's very simple. But we, as an academic, we don't accept the simple things unless it is complicated. So, well, we know Islam, it's all on the 5 pillars. Am I right? The 4 pillars, as you see, in Malaysia, we call khima, but in English, we can say the tents. So we have the tents, and one pillar is the salat, another is the Ramadanul Kareem, of fasting, third one is the zakat, hajj, and tawheed. But if you look at it, hajj, once alive, unless Allah give you tawfiq to perform few times. Zakat, once a year. Same thing about Ramadan, once a year. What about salat? 5 times a day. But what about tawheed? 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you can see the importance of this tawhidic approach. And of course, that's what is our topic for discussion. We will come across many, many issues later on. So with that, I think this Tawhidic epistemology, to me, is not new in a way when we talk about Islamization of knowledge. What happens that we started IOK, then the left and right attacks started coming from all corners of world. So they come a compromise. From thesis become antithesis, and the synthesis was the integration of knowledge. Okay. Now, how long we remain at that level? Then we say, okay, we go for another thesis of Tawhidic epistemology. And there are issues going up. I am listening from the morning. And hopefully, there would be emergence of few other ideas later part of it. So hope there would be, inshallah, no issues. To me, it's just a branding. Certain brands, when you overlive for long, then people start getting bosan. They say, okay, so what we do, from general practices, GP, we go specialist. And then from specialist, go to super specialists. So Tawhidic approach to me is a super specialty now. Out of the 5, now we focus more on Tawhid, because Tawhid is the central pillar of the so-called the tent and khema that we are talking today. So with this, I would like to invite our brother, Dr. Sami Dagestani. Dr. Sami, preferably 15 minutes, maximum 20 minutes. Can you please proceed?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Just 1 second so I can share a screen with you and the PowerPoint that I prepared.
Yes, it is coming.
Yeah? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much again for having me, dear Professor Bakar, dear Professor Berghut, Dr. Norman, also to my co-panelists and colleagues. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh wa Ramadan Kareem. Thank you for this kind invitation. I'm pleased to spend with you this morning, or rather this afternoon, only digitally. But I've been invited to discuss the Tawhidic economy in light of today's seminar. And I will present some key points from my ongoing work on economic teachings in Islamic tradition. And I will go also a little bit into history, touching upon the
Brother
revivalist.
Sami, if you don't mind, can you put the full show? Because it's too small print for us to put it the full show, your slides.
Yes, I have it here, full show, but for some reason it doesn't. Yeah, for me it's all over the screen on my end.
Okay, never mind, proceed.
Yeah, I apologize for that. But for your perusal, I will be happy to send around the slides as well, perhaps after the presentation, so that the attendees can have a look at it. So I will go a little bit into history, touching upon the revivalist movement, but also modern Islamic economics, and finally offer some insights into the new epistemological or hermeneutical reading of Islamic economic project. Before I start, just a few minor remarks that I'm an intellectual historian of Islam, so I focus primarily on ethics. So my study of economic ideas, be it past or present, should be seen in this light and not necessarily from a perspective of an economist. Having said that, I do believe that economic ideas emerge out of social systems and as such also within historical moments. And in the modern era, concepts pertaining to economic theories or finances, they manifest particular epistemology in which economic provisions are made to be objectives themselves. And this has been obviously facilitated also by the modern nation-state apparatus. Now, as you well know, the Tawhidic epistemology is central to the identity of the Muslim community. It's a focus of the foundational text of Islam, the Quran, and it posits basically that all human knowledge must be ultimately related to the unity of being. That very much pertains also to economic teachings. So throughout my research on economics, economic teachings are much more about what I would call the ethical self and moral conduct, especially in the classical period of Islam, rather than about economic gains or numbers, something that we usually associate economics with. And my research obviously entails both classical and modern periods. So I look critically at Islamic economics as an alternative system to capitalism and socialism. And given that modern Islamic economics is also what I would call ideologically constructed to the mechanisms of secular economics and the conditions, the very conditions of modern nation state, one can then say that Islamic economics maintains a self-perpetuated narrative of its own economic worldview. It does not hearken back necessarily to the practices of the ethical self, which were intimately related to classical economic thought. So we have the emergence of modern Islamic economics based on its own premise, but also on the conditions of a modern nation state. And that might pose a so-called epistemological contradiction. Basic theological tenets on one hand, but also Muslim scholars sort of envisioning of politics and modern nation state in relation to the global economy. If we trace the genealogy of Islamic economics as a discourse and also as a discipline, then despite that it was conceived as a form of decolonial struggle, it was not necessarily created in a vacuum or as a third way economic system. Rather, it gradually merged Islamic tenets, basic theological tenets, also with Western economic methodology, and that includes neoliberal economic policies. Then we can ask, what are the ideological roots of contemporary Islamic theories? How did Muslim revivalists and later on Muslim scholars theorize Islam and capitalism across the Muslim world, and what factors really contributed towards its development? So starting then briefly with the Muslim revivalist, obviously the socioeconomic questions are key at this point. Scholars such as Jamal al-Din al-Afghani, Muhammad Abdu, even Sayyid Qutb, they invoked various socioeconomic issues and questions, and they also envisioned a moral project. Now, we can obviously disagree whether this was a successful project or not, and it was meant to challenge colonialism while also integrating Islamic principles. But at the end of the day, this was a moral project that revivalists put forward. They critiqued materialism, socialism, also capitalism, first half of the 20th century, and that later impacted the development of Islamic economic theories, which became increasingly more popular. But the nature of modern Muslim statehood, despite the attempts to sort of reconfigure it, if you will, in accordance with the authentic practice of Islamic tradition, that was also politically and economically tied to the secular liberal makeup, trying to reconcile ideal Islamic society on one hand, and also development of a secular nation state on the other hand. Now, this leads me then to South Asian Muslim economists and also Islamization efforts. The proper body of Islamic economic literature appears later on, after 1930s, in the writings of some of the more prominent South Asian scholars, such as Hifzur Rahman Sohrawi, Manazir Ahsan Gilani, also Muhammad Hamidullah, and especially, as you might know, Maududi in his book that came out in 1955. Now, some of these scholars were very much influenced by the Nahda scholars from the Middle East. And with its accession from India in 1947, Pakistan, for instance, declared itself to be an Islamic state, similar to other countries in the Middle East. According to Islahi, it was Hamidullah who coined the term Islamic economics or Islamic economic system. While, for instance, for scholars such as Timur Quran or Rodney Wilson, they claimed that it was Maududi. However, I think it would be correct to assume that it was Maududi who was in favor of Islamic economics within a modern Islamic nation state. And that is somewhat an oxymoron to begin with, and maybe we can have a larger discussion later on. And it was indeed Maududi who also popularized it beyond the borders of Pakistan. Maududi coined also other terms which are very important for our discussion. For instance, Islamic ideology and Islamic politics, Islamic constitution. And in his very famous book published in 1955, Economic Problem of Man and Its Islamic Solution, he discusses theological, political, but also above all, economic possibilities for an Islamic society, and he emphasizes sort of moral problems that modern man is facing. Now, one of the key terms here is also theo-democracy, in addition to Islamic State, Ummah, Khilafah, Sharia, other concepts that he has been dealing with. So it's obvious that his revivalism, if you will, is not only intellectual one, but largely also political economic. So on one hand, he's suspicious of Western democracy, he's suspicious of political projects that come from the West, but at the same time, Maududi also adhered to some of those ideas. And the concept of theodemocracy was initially seen as a utopian project that would be based on Islamic principle and also on historical Muslim community that would provide the current Muslim community in Pakistan a sustainable sovereignty. That would very much comprise of the legislative, executive, but also judiciary branches, as well as a functionable economy. Now, all of these leads me then towards the development of modern Islamic economics. Muslim economists have taken the existence of the nation state for granted, and that includes many Islamist thinkers. And I argue that contemporary Islamic economics is, at least in part, ideologically constructed because it rests upon conventional economic epistemology, as well as the condition of modern nation state. And that modern nation state was made Islamic through Islamization process. The majority of modern Muslim economists then approach the subject from a legal, or rather legal financial perspective. And it established itself within the parameters of knowledge from 18th to 19th century Europe, presented itself sort of as an alternative economic system. At the same time, Islamic economics turns towards the scientific theories of capitalism, of neoclassical economic positivism. And such theories, as you might know, they disregard not only the scholarship, but also what I would call the epistemic value of pre-modern classical Muslim scholars and their ideas on moral economic behavior. This eventually led to the coupling of Islamic economics and then later on Islamic finances and banking with a mainstream economic framework. And some scholars who have been critical of this discipline, they said that this is only a lip service to Sharia, right? So the inner structure of Islamic economics, despite its distinctly religious jargon, if you will, rests in part upon preconceived paradigms, terms, concepts. And this means that the so-called Tawhidic epistemology was there, but often only in name. Now, roughly speaking, just to sort of visualize that a little bit further, there are four groups of scholars of Islamic economics. The first group consists of Muslim economists and scholars who believe that Islamic economics present an alternative to other economic systems such as capitalism and socialism. They would engage with the discipline of tafsir, but also fiqh, and others. They would discuss the notion of riba, zakat, and so on and so forth. However, the methodology of fiqh is different from the methodology of economic science, and then further from pre-modern Islamic reasoning, because as look into the classical scholars as well, we see that the very nature of fiqh is not to be technical or only normative, but also very much related to the notion of ethics and morality. The second group comprises of scholars who believe that Islamic economics is a distinct science, but that it's not ready to present itself as a complete system. And in this group, one would position, for instance, critiques of Islamic economics, such as Timur Quran and Said Valiereza and other scholars. For the third group, there is no difference between Islamic and capitalist economies, because the two systems would be allegedly based on rational principles that can be found also in the Quran. And one scholar that comes to mind is obviously Benedict Köhler, right, who wrote a book on Islam, an early form of capitalism, which I think is also highly problematic.
The subject, can you be a little fast, because we are just having another 2 minutes for you.
Yes, absolutely. I have a few minutes left. The fourth group elaborates upon economic questions in light of the classical Muslim scholars, theologians, Sufis, philosophers, from the perspective of Islamic ethics. And I think that this group of scholars or people is the least presented. Now, all of this brings me to the for the sake of time, I will have to rush through these slides a little bit, not only through Islamization efforts and modern Islamic finance, but rather to the classical economic thought and the ethical self, which is the gist of my project as well. So I'm analyzing primary texts on ethical, metaphysical, legal aspects, whereby classical Islamic scholarship views Sharia primarily as an ethical category that intends to reform not only economic processes, but also the very moral conduct, which is part of a religious discourse. Now, for the sake of time, I cannot go through the examples which are on the slides, but I will be happy, as I mentioned, to send the slides around. That will extend to Al-Shaybani, Al-Muhasibi, Ibn Abi al-Dunya, Al-Ghazali, Al-Isfahani, and many other scholars. And I will come directly to the conclusion. Economic issues in Islamic tradition cannot be resolved only in mathematical or legal terms or by applying a so-called social scientific perspective. Why? Because they're philosophical and above all, they're ethical in nature. So what are presented as economic solutions to modern problems are profoundly more complex, and they relate to the very composition of knowledge. So I think it's crucial for us to examine the production of knowledge across the Muslim world when we study a particular subject, be it philosophy or economics or economic teachings. Why? In order to deconstruct its presumed narrative, but also to introduce mechanisms, terms, concepts from the classical tradition. And I think doing so, we're doing more justice to the subject matter in order to bridge the gap, if you will, between the classical and modern Islamic economic thought. In this context, I think that the seminar like this one today can shed more light into the neglected topics and themes that must be studied and incorporated in today's curricula and also in today's university programs. Thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward to
Jazakumullah khairan,
discussions.
brother. MashaAllah, Brother Sami Dagestani, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And we have now the second speaker, Professor Emerita Dr. Rosnani Hashim. As I introduce her to you, she is from education background. So let us listen to her, and inshallah we would open for question and answer session. Latest by 3.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Professor Khalid, as the chairperson moderator, Prof. Barhoud, my colleague, fellow colleagues and also students. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See my slide? I've been given this topic, Tawhidic Epistemology and the Future of Islam Education, Ideas and Direction, which is a big topic, but within a short time and a short notice also, I will try my best to make it coherent, okay? Since we are going to Future of Islam Education, I think I need to deliberate on a little bit about the development of Islam education. But I won't go from the beginning when we receive the kitab, which shows we are a religion of the book. Literacy is important, okay? And the Prophet is the model man and educator. And then we have education at homes, and then kutab, and then the curriculum, Al-Quran, Sunnah, Ibadah, physical activities. And then during the Caliphate, there were intellectual discussion in the palace, development of many quote-unquote foreign or acquired sciences. And then we have the Madrasah Nizamiyah, Al-Muq, which begins to focus only on the religious sciences or jurisprudence, and limitation to the 4 schools of thoughts out of more than 300 schools of thoughts existing then. Then that was the beginning of, to me, the decline of intellectual science and separation of knowledge. There was transfer of technology in intellectual sciences to the West through Andalusia, and that led to the European Renaissance. However, you notice that in the West, in Europe at that point of time, they experienced a conflict between science and religion, which led to secularization of sciences. Okay, then the modern Western power came to the Muslim world and colonized the Muslim world, Muslim land. Though that's how we begin to see the development of educational dualism. We have separate now religious education and modern or acquired sciences, okay, which leads to the effort to bring about Islamization of knowledge, which is later called integration of knowledge. So this is the development of the past. Then we now come up with some other ideas, okay? I will not go through all this definition. I think my colleague, Prof. Zaid, Prof. Jasir Auda, have done a very good presentation prior to this on the issue of, okay? But when we talk about education, these are some of the things that we have to differentiate. Epistemology, then now we have Tawhidic Epistemology, Islamic education, Muslim education, Islamic studies education program. I hope you are able to distinguish this. I will tell you what context I'm speaking, okay? And also when I realized, when I was given this topic, actually when we talk about epistemology, we are in the field of philosophy. And philosophy is such a wide thing. Nobody agrees with one definition, so I'm giving you a couple of definitions, okay? Okay, but the most genuine one, I think, because it began with the Greek, although Muslims already have their philosophy before they met the Greek philosophy, they centered their philosophy around the Quran. And then only they were ready to accept the Greek philosophy. So it's wrong to say that we didn't have any philosophy before the Greek. But however, the Greek came with the term philosophia, which means love of wisdom or the pursuit of truth, okay? So when we talk about philosophy, there are a few problems here. It's about what is the end of life, about the nature of man, and these are all related to education. Okay, the learner, the nature of society. Education is a social process. The nature of ultimate reality, which knowledge seeks to penetrate. These are major philosophic problems, and this is covered in this 4 basic domain of philosophy. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to teach you, but I have to give a consistent. I've been thinking how to make it coherent. Okay, so these are the 4 areas: metaphysics, axiology, epistemology, and logic. And these are very important domains in life. And as you study philosophy, you realize that it is somewhat similar. The issues are similar when you study Islamic worldview. This is what we cover in Islamic worldview as well. So when you study philosophy, you're studying about religion as well, except that it comes from a different perspective. But these are the main components you study. Similarly with education, because there is somebody who says that philosophy is a theory of education. That's John Dewey. Why did he say that? Because this is what education deals with. Deals with the learner, man, is reality, God. Okay, deals with giving values, deals with knowledge, and deals with how to make things reasonable and logical. So this is a theory about education. So when you talk about Islamic education, this is also the component of Islamic education. So this is Syed Naqib Al-Atas' definition of worldview, the vision of reality and truth. Okay, so Ru'yah al-Islam lil wujud. So these are the fundamental elements of the worldview. And that's why I said that it is covered together with the philosophy. So when I was studying a bit about philosophy, I feel happy because it's just like studying religion. If you love religion, that is. Okay. Now we come up about epistemology is a theory of knowledge. What is it that you want to know about knowledge? Is it possible? What are the sources of knowledge? What are the kinds of knowledge? These are important questions. And this is where the Tawhidic epistemology, you can see the difference with others. This is the point. Okay, what are the sources? Is it possible? And you can answer this. When you can answer this, you come with the Tawhidic epistemology. You can give a different answer than, let's say, the Western epistemology. For example, the Western epistemology says that knowledge is possible only certain knowledge, the empirical, the verifiable one. That is different from Islam already. Because Islam says there's knowledge about the hereafter is also possible, although you don't see it. So this is where when you study it, here you can see the difference. Okay. So all knowledge comes from God. That is what we agree. That's why there's a unity of knowledge. Both Al-Faruqi, Al-Atas who say this. Okay. And then it's interpreted by the soul. So you have two ways, spiritual and physical faculties. So knowledge is the arrival of meaning in the soul, or the arrival of the soul at the meaning. So one is acquired and one is revealed or given. Your hikmah, given. So the sources of knowledge, how do we get knowledge? So this is where we said that these are sources of knowledge, but the secular one would not believe in revelation. We believe in revelation. We're supposed to study the Quran. But to this point, to this day, if we don't emphasize the Tawhidic epistemology, I think we are wasting time on looking at the Quran. That's what I noticed, to be blunt, okay? Muslims are not studying the Quran, they're memorizing the Quran. So this is something that we have to change with the Tawhidic epistemology. Because if you don't study the Quran as it is, you won't get a connection with God. And you won't be given the hikmah by God. Because you don't have a connection. That's why when Prof. Zaid mentioned just now, the IM graduates are different. Well, that is the achievement that I myself personally feel as a lecturer, also with my student, something that we have contributed, you know. And those who don't go through this school, okay, this particular school, will not feel it. So this is why, this is the importance here. Sense, we agree with all the rest, sense experience, rational mind, okay, authority, but the secular revelation and intuition is of faith. I mean, intuition, yes. Archimedes discovered the law of flotation because he got intuition. After thinking, intuition doesn't come like that. You have to think a lot about it. And then one day, suddenly, Allah gave him the intuition. Eureka, eureka. He left the bathroom naked because he was so excited. I discovered it. Eureka. Then you got the Eureka can. Okay, so this, even Ibn Sina, if you want to get the ilham, it's just not like that, you know, but you have to be thinking about it. Then by the grace of God, He give it to you. Then the kinds of knowledge, this is in our history, okay, our tradition, there is a study about classification of knowledge. Knowledge are classified. It's just that some, they are differently. The way they are classified are different. This is Al-Ghazali's classification, Fardu Ain, Fardu Kifayah, or Ibn Khaldun. But if you go to Al-Farabi, it's different. It starts with, what? I don't have it with me here. I did not show it because I thought, yeah, it is there. It starts with logic, language, because children, we speak first, and then logic. You want to do mathematics, you have to know logic. 3 is bigger than 2. 5 is bigger than 1. So that's logic. If not logical, you cannot do mathematics. And then once you have mathematics, you study physics. Because physics, E equals mc squared. It's mathematical, actually. Okay. So you have metaphysics, and then the application, science of society. Then you go to the application. Sometimes I'm attracted by Al-Farabi's classification rather than Al-Ghazali's classification, because you can see this is the hierarchy of knowledge. One is a prerequisite to the next, and Al-Farabi has outlined it very well. Ikhwan As-Safa is a different one. He's dividing the world into activities. One is primary, propedeutic, that is math, business, whatever is there. The one that you need to live in the world. Then you have religious, and then you have philosophical, okay? So I'm not going to go through all those. So why classify knowledge? For a reason. Al-Ghazali said, because our life is short, cannot study everything. So Fardu Ain, you must belajar. You must learn that. Fardu Kifayah, some people not everybody has to learn that. Okay? But we need somebody to learn that. And it's called as a guide. Okay, now this is the why philosophy and this Tawhidic, this unity is important. Because if you study science, there are many fields of science. But what unifies these separate science? That is philosophy. Philosophy is the one that unifies all the science. For example, if you say about man. If you talk to the economists, you say man is an economic animal. Oh, you see man as an animal, economic with desire and so on, right? But you study psychology, man is a different stuff. You study religion, so what is man actually? Then philosophy will tell you the nature of man, the complete one. So this is, sorry, it's not clear because I took this verbatim from Prof. Usman Bakar's paper. He says, Tawhidic epistemology is a vision of unity and the hierarchy of knowledge, in which all knowledge and all sciences may be arranged as branches of a single tree. I think he mentioned that this morning, right? But it's a vision of unity and hierarchy. So unity of knowledge is all knowledge and all sciences, as I said, are interrelated one another to in a harmonious way. Oops, sorry. And the other one is the hierarchy of knowledge. Hierarchy of knowledge, which is most important and least important. Okay, so that is, so which one we offer as core, which one is not core. So this is also important consideration. Now, what is the implication? Since you already understood what is Tawhidic epistemology, I think Professor Zaid defined it very interestingly. Epistemology based on Tawhid, which is the unity of God. I remember that you said. Yeah, so that is easy. So now that we believe in Tawhidic epistemology, what should be the implication for the university philosophy and curriculum? The university philosophy should be Tawhidic. I mean, there should be unity of knowledge, unity of truth, unity of humankind, and also Islamic. That's what Prof. Usman mentioned about the authentic criteria, when it should be, whether it fulfill the Islamic criteria or not. Okay, every discipline, okay, should consider integration between the two books. Now we have two books. This is something we talk about source of knowledge now. The two books are Faith and Reason. Okay, the open book and the closed book. Now, you must consider these two, whether regardless of whatever discipline, okay? Then there's Islamization in the sense that there is inculcation of moral values in all disciplines. And then it should be interdisciplinary, for example, you know, what I told you just now. And then hierarchical, okay? I'm running for time. So for Prof. Osman, he looked at the role of Tawhidic epistemology. One is through the popular Islamization and integration approaches, and the other is the foundational structuring approach. Now, just now somebody said about, oh, you were the one who said ding dong, Islamization become integration. Actually, we started off with Islamization because it was a good reason. For the people at that, for the context of that period, Islamization means to bring Islamic values into those disciplines, to those bodies of knowledge. It's easy to understand. Okay, but you talk about integration. Integration can be integration of theory and knowledge, integration of other things. But then because people living in the West are being attacked, as you said, left and right, they thought that how can knowledge be? There's Islamic knowledge, not Islamic knowledge. And we say all knowledge comes from the same one source. Okay, so it's secular knowledge, not Islamic knowledge. Okay, so they threw up, become secular because they threw up the spirit. So that's why when you talk about it, then Prof. Kamal will come Islamicization of knowledge. Okay, we won't say we don't want to make knowledge Islam because knowledge is not human being. You can make human being Islamic. Or you can make human being a Muslim, okay? But you cannot make knowledge a Muslim. But you can make the knowledge Islamic. So Prof. Kamal come with Islamicization of knowledge. But the idea is to avoid that Islam making knowledge a Muslim. Okay, no, that's not what we want. Then we have Islamicization. And then we go for integration. Okay. So there's reform of education in Malaysia as a Muslim country. But in the end, I want to point that we have established universities after the First World Conference on Muslim Education. Islamic universities will have a different vision and mission, and becomes more important after globalization in 21st century. We have a lot of issues. And then we want Islamic studies program. We want Islamic studies program, those that teach Islamic sciences, reveal sciences, transform the Muslim mind. And I asked the question just now to Prof. Zahid. Has that question actually can be worded as IIM achieved its vision and mission? And I'm glad that he says positive because that's what there's been. And my studies also have shown that it has been positive. those students are becoming balanced and integrated individual. They know their duties, they know their obligations and so on. So this is a positive thing. But however, if you ask Fazlur Rahman,
Prof, are you ending?
okay,
Because,
okay. So Fazlur Rahman say not because no. Okay, I'll come to the. Is this an Islamic tree where we Islamize? We're talking about Islamization, right? You have ideas from Dewey. Where is it? Sorry. This one we have Dewey, Karl Marx with his materialism and socialism, Darwin, and then we try to isolate and Islamize it. But the roots and the trunk from this tree is from secular worldview. Okay, no metaphysics. Okay, or is this the Islamic tree? You want a modern knowledge is Islamized and also add new sciences, but from our own tradition. And why? Because they are rooted in Islamic epistemology. They are rooted in the Quran and the Sunnah. Just that wasn't rooted. So we have to go back. We have to change from that tree to this tree. But for us to go back to this tree, we need to study them, not just the fuqaha, studying Mawardi or Ghazali, even the scientists, even the educationists, even the sociologists should be reading up Ibn Khaldun and so on. You know, that means we have to reclaim our conversation that has been lost. How many of us, although they're Islamic, but we don't know their history, like as what somebody mentioned just now, right? So we have to produce scholars. Just now we say also to produce scholars and the knowledge. And Alatas and Al-Faruqi, okay, they have partial. I'll tell you why it's partial. Whose is this? Istak. Istak give you this kind of knowledge. Why Istak give the student these two kinds of knowledge? History, very much of history. Quran and Sunnah, and very much of philosophy and history. Istak. Because Istak wants to produce the scholar. But look at this. Al-Faruqi. He has the Islamic. He doesn't talk about Islamic. He wanted textbook. He gave you the gold textbook, but he doesn't tell you where to start. This is where we should combine Al-Faruqi and Alatas, so that one, you get the scholar, they can do this part. Okay, I know time. So what is our problem? I'm coming up to the last one. So this is my own analysis of the problems that we can employ Tawhidic epistemology to continue the journey. Our education is still not balanced. We emphasize IRK, but lacks natural science, which will give us few ways of thinking. Secondly, integration for IRK means IRK plus human science. If you talk at IUM, okay, IRK plus human science, and neglect natural, physical science and technology. It doesn't give the revealed knowledge student anything on science, physical science or technology. Third, there is lack of study of philosophy in each discipline. There is no philosophy of engineering, we have philosophy of education, okay, because I'm there. They don't have philosophy of religion, philosophy of economics. I'm not so sure whether they have it now, but that was a long time ago. So there's no philosophy and no philosophical inquiry. There's a problem of closing of Muslim mind if you only read fiqh. No, we're talking about Islamic studies program, okay? No reading and exploring great ideas of classical evergreen Muslim scholars of the past, just like what Prof. Zaid mentioned just now. So I concur with him very much. You have to broaden their mind. Lack of competent instructors for philosophy, which has been put as a core course in FIDS. We have philosophy now. I'm glad that I was there when we, with Dr. Mazli, pushing. We need to give philosophy. So philosophy became finally a core course, right? Okay. But then, who is to teach it? You don't have philosophers. Now you don't talk about interdisciplinary. Okay. Poor purpose of reading the Quran and lack of pedagogy for critical, creative, caring thinking and communication skills. So these are our problems. So how can we solve it? We can
okay, I think leave it.
Okay, all I want to emphasize is that with Islamic Tawhidic epistemology, we should encourage the study of science, which is missing. I concur with Prof. Osman Bakar when this morning he says about the scientific culture. That is missing in our civilization right now. And what I'm sad about is that today we are going backward, not forward, because if we look at society today, every year there are more and more tahfiz being built. I'm not against fast, okay? But what are we producing? Parents? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your inspiring and also some also controversial issues. Let the during question and answer session, maybe some of them. So now finally we have Yang Berbahagia Dato' Ahmad Murad American. Yang Berbahagia Dato', please take over.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm tasked to speak on the with reference to implications on social science and the humanities. Today, although I've made some preparations, but this morning I was grappling to define or to determine what to say first after what I've listened this morning. But there are three things which I want to highlight. One is the dynamics of the problem raised by some of us this morning and by Professor Osman. Two is on social science as an idea from the European Enlightenment. We have to be quite specific because we're talking about epistemology, we're talking about a corpus. And three, the emergence of new sciences, new knowledge in the modern period. We tend to neglect that when we talk about it, because this was mentioned by Professor Osman in the recent lecture, I think 2 weeks ago in Gombak. Now, when Professor Osman expressed the theme of Tawhidic Epistemology, he did not say so because he was appointed rector. It's not something new as a result of his position as the rector of an Islamic university. What is important here is to see this project as a continuation, an evolution, an organic debate from a number of other expressions over the last 50 years in the modern period. We have to put the concept of Tawhidic epistemology in the context of an alternative knowledge system, because we are consuming a knowledge, a default knowledge. We are consuming a knowledge which has been dominant, perhaps over the last 500 years. So this is a response, and we have to see it as a part of a larger response over the last 50 or 60 years, in terms of when Muslim countries and Muslim societies suddenly got their independence from colonial powers after World War II, and they realized that they were depending, and they have to depend on a particular dominant knowledge, which is what we call European knowledge. I know this is not monolithic, but Euro-American knowledge, Eurocentric form of construct, colonial knowledge, knowledge that is described as secular. So there are calls to counter that in the form of de-orientalizing forms of knowing, in terms of de-Westernization, in terms of Islamization, in terms of creating an indigenous knowledge system, what we call local knowledge, which is a misnomer actually, or an endogenous knowledge system. In other words, knowledge that is cultivated, inculcated within our particular society, which is not determined or which has no bearing on the Euro-American production of knowledge in the modern period over the last 500 years. So this is part of that larger reaction. And since the 70s or 60s, we have had several scholars proposing a new way of knowing, epistemologically speaking. We have Ismail Faruqi. There are many followers of Ismail Faruqi in this university. We have Syed Usanas. We have Syed Naqib Balatas. And we have Osman Bakar. All these four, for example, are related. Related in the sense that they know one another, they have interacted with one another, they have crossed paths, they have debated, and they borrow from one another. So what Prof. Osman is doing is to promote and advocate a form of knowledge which is founded upon the previous three. And previously, of course, Prof. Osman is a scholar who studied the classification of knowledge. Earlier on, before the 1500s, we find the classical construction of knowledge from Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina, Al-Ghazali, Ibn Khaldun, Al-Biruni. And this is an excellent way to create new sciences in terms of how we classify. And the West has done excellently well. In the modern period, it is the West that has classified knowledge, that has created new knowledge, perhaps over, maybe over the last 300 years. And that classified knowledge you can see until now. One of which is cognitive science and cybernetics and communication after World War II. So Prof. Osman is responding to this, and what has happened principally, which I want to mention, is when we talk about the Tawhidic epistemology, we're talking about the problem. What is the problem of knowledge that we are engaged in? Why do we have to de-Westernize, Islamize, or Tawhidize knowledge? Why do we have to see a knowledge in one collective whole, one collective unity? This is the importance of looking into history, modern history, what happened at a particular moment in history, and what happened in terms of the creation of modern disciplines. When we talk about modern history, we're talking about, just now it was mentioned on the Renaissance. But I want to move beyond that. After that, the scientific revolution, which has created a lot of chaos and confusion. During the scientific revolution, and we're talking about in the 17th century, Renaissance about 15th century, scientific revolution 17th century. Two things happened, which ushered the necessity of looking at knowledge from this perspective that was advocated by Prof. Osman, among others. Okay? I'm not looking at Prof. Osman as one singular figure. I'm looking at him as a group of thinkers and intellectuals who wants to create Islah and Tajdeed, reform and renewal in knowledge. One is the despiritualization of knowledge. Despiritualization. Knowledge has been despiritualized. By despiritualization, I mean that revelation is rejected. So here we have the problem of the rejection of revelation. As simple as that. Knowledge, after the 17th century, has rejected revelation as a source. So modern knowledge that we know now, hence the revealed and human knowledge, tries to address this problem. That when we talk about the rejection of revelation, we're talking about the second, the defactualization. I mentioned this in my class. I think some of you, if you remember, the first few lectures. The defactualization of what has been revealed. The defactualization of revelation. Which means that Godhead, divinity is not recognized. Prophecy is not recognized. The grand narrative, what the postmodernists call the grand narrative, which they rejected, the sacred books, the sacred corpus is rejected. So when we consume knowledge that rejects revelation, we are also consuming knowledge that rejects the sacred corpus, that rejects the divine, that rejects prophecy. And this is the problem that we have to realize. Okay? We have to establish this as a major problem. And this happens at a particular period in history. Why it happens is because Europe, when I talk about Europe, I don't mean the whole of Europe. I'm referring to the Anglo-Saxon world. I'm not referring to the Russians. Russians are very spiritualized people. They are not actually part of Europe, but they are part of Europe. If you read Russian literature, if you go to the Russian corpus, they are quite different. Some of the Russian monks would be perhaps spiritually our friend. But the Anglo-Saxon world, the British, the French, the Germans, these are the people who cast problems with regard to society and state, science and religion. They have problems with science, religion. They have problems with the state and authority. So there was a social problem. There was a religious problem, and therefore this problem necessitated or induced the study of society. The early study of society, I got 2 minutes, okay. I got 3 more points. Anyway, the early study of society was Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun introduced the science of society. But they were trying to introduce a new science of society, which actually they based on Ibn Khaldun, but did not attribute to him. So they were addressing their society, so they created the academic field of sociology, which in the 16th century was called social physics, because it was modeled along the physical sciences. Okay? Hence, sociology, anthropology, psychology, political science, and economics. These are the 5 classic social sciences that was formed in the 17th century and debated, presupposed right through the 1900s. Okay? So, the social sciences was formed, and the academic field of social science was studied in the universities, initially based on the 5 sciences. We in Malaysia and the Muslim world took that social science, lock, stock, and barrel, implanted it in our society, and that's it. Okay? Now, my second point is, if you look at the Enlightenment, okay, we are products of Enlightenment. Our knowledge is a product of the European Enlightenment, although there are variations. There are also, in other words, as a result of that, at least perhaps a number of themes were produced, epistemes. One is positivism. I have to mention this. All of us are not critical of positivism. We consume and we perceive positivism in the knowledge that we study. Okay? Feminism and Marxism. These are only 3 of the many things which are antithetical to Tawhid. Okay? And there are a number of features in terms of clustering of social science in the Enlightenment period, reason and rationality. So what Professor Mann is trying to say, and the others, is trying to get us to reconstruct reason and rationality. Because to the West, we only know through reason and rationality and not through revelation. And there are many other ways of knowing. If you read, I think, Michael Polanyi, the Great Transformation, 1940s, they talk about tacit knowledge. They talk about another way of knowing. I mean, he's European. I'm not talking about not all Europeans are rationalists and empiricists. And then we have empiricism, we have science, progress, universalism. All these are features of the Enlightenment that configure upon not only the social sciences, but the physical and biological sciences. My third last point. Post-World War II, and I'm going to repeat what I said, a number of sciences were established. Cybernetics, cognitive science, 1990s, Gartner, cognitive science, a combination of 5 or 6 disciplines, and communication. So here again, it's important for us to look into the unity and the hierarchy of knowledge. When you talk about knowledge, the hierarchy will be perhaps a domain, a discipline, a sub-discipline, field, and team. Okay? And this what happens in the universities. What we study, the classification of knowledge as embodied in the administrative system of kuliah or faculties are based on disciplines, fields, and teams. And here, when we talk about this, we must think that these things are not created in heaven. The boundaries are not fixed. They are not concretized. And it's our job to amend those boundaries or melt those boundaries so that we can create new sciences, not for the sake of creating new sciences. Because if you ask me whether I trust my knowledge, I say I don't. Another one, for example, sociology. Any sociologists here? Yeah, Prof. Sociology has been the queen of the sciences. But in the 80s and 90s, sociology was threatened by the theme of cultural studies. Why? Because sociology is based on the empirical modes of knowing. Cultural studies has created different forms of knowing. So again, but this comes from the West. This comes from mainly the Anglo-Saxon world plus the Mediterranean intellectual communities and Australia. But it doesn't come from Muslims. So again, this is where I think when we talk about knowledge, when we talk about the disciplines, we have to conclude. Yeah, I have to mention this word: a post-disciplinary condition. No, we talk about interdisciplinary, we talk about transdisciplinary, we talk about multidisciplinary. Yeah, fine. But there's another one, post-disciplinary. In other words, not privileging any discipline in our mode of knowing. That's why I'm here. I don't fit into any particular department in any university. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very good. Brothers and sisters, Alhamdulillah, we had 3 great speakers. First talk about Tawhidic Epistemology in Islamic economics. Then we got the Professor Rosnani Hashim talking about education. And then we have the last speaker, Murbagia Dato, talking about social sciences and humanities. So that's here we are. I would like to open for discussion now, even though I got so many things to share. But should we have a very strong discipline if you want many people to benefit? Let us have the 2 first questions from this hall. Then I will open another 2 questions from the virtual. So first, please, number 1, as usual. Second, Subhan, anyone? No takers? Okay, Maria. Okay, so, no, sorry, where is Maria? Okay, sister. Sister first or brother first? Okay.
Okay, Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. My question is on acceptability and recognition, because we work and we try to produce the Islamic worldview on Tawhidic epistemology. The question is, do we like work on our own without considering anyone's acceptance? Because ours is for Muslim Ummah, the development of Muslim Ummah. So without the West caring about the West will accept our worldview, do we just go on producing our own literature and then producing Islamic schools?
What's your question?
Yeah, the question is, do we, without caring for the West, do we do it, or do we try to reconcile with the West and try to...
Oh, okay, take a noted. I think maybe education, we leave it to second speaker to speak about. What, Suban? Can you?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think I think subtly in between the elements regarding Tawhidic epistemology, I think Prof. Hamidullah mentioned about being a good Muslim, and then I think this is about also this dimension where you prepare yourself, whether you are in tasawwuf or probably just tazkiyatun nafs, preparing yourself to be a pious Muslim for you to be receptible to knowledge. And then with that, I think that has been expanded. But I think Prof. Osman did say this a few times. I think that's a very important element. I wish to get feedback from the speakers. And another is specifically to Dr. The Dagestani Sami, because regarding Islamic
Dr.
economics,
Sami.
because economics, from I understand, the simple definition of economics is distribution of scarce goods. But in reality, scarce good is controlled by certain capitalists so that they can create price and all that. Whereas in Islamic, by right, it should be that you find ways to make this cheaper, you make it available to everybody. Okay, within that thought, how do you conceive the idea of barakah? You have this, because in accounting, it's a zero-sum game. You give, you lose something, right? But in Islam, you give one sadaqah, you receive 10. I don't know from where in accounting, but how do you feature that in Islamic economics?
And especially for you. Two more questions. One, I think virtually from Ahmad. He's from South Africa. Can you please unmute and quickly put your question, brother Ahmad Saleh?
Yeah, so my question is to Professor Sami. I thoroughly enjoyed what you had to present. I'm wondering if democracy as such is a bastardization of the constitutional republic that the founding fathers in the US here have instituted. And since 1871, we had many of our inalienable rights being turned into privileges and being monetized. So we are now operating mostly in the commercial space or the commercial law rather than natural law. So I wonder if you made a similar observation. The other quick question is, there are different types of economies within the West. I think neoliberalism of Milton Friedman is definitely nefarious. Do you think the Austrian model is still a wonderful and viable model out there?
Thank you, Brother Ahmad. I think Brother Ahmad, many don't know, is in our group. Alhamdulillah, there's so many issues. Brother Mehmet, you are taking the opportunity to be out of the hall and now virtually connected. What's your question quickly?
Yes, I know you are very disciplinary moderator. Let me shortly ask two questions. Prof. Rosmani Hashim Hocam, do you think that, or don't you think that we are trying to put one basket so many elements, so many fruits? Let's say our students over here. All these are not burdens on these young guys. When I consider their previous education before coming to university campus, higher education institutions, don't you think that the previous educational processes are very important to prepare them for this proposed education system? And number two, I think Dr. Sami Hocam, maybe he will answer. We are talking about the Islamic economics in history, starting from 11th, 12th, 13th centuries. The scholars developed these ideas, but social reality, at the same time, I can emphasize the West developed their capitalism and the relevant economic systems throughout their evolving and restructuring their systems based on the social realities.
Okay, Dr. Ahmad, go straight to the point.
Reality, where was it? After 300-400 years? Can we observe this reality, or what's the case? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we got 4 questions and we will open second round if there is any more time left. I think there are specific questions, Dr. Sami, and after Prof. Rosnani, nobody dares to ask question from Dato. So maybe Dato can answer the sister's question, the first one. So quickly.
Yeah, the question from the sister. Yes, regardless of whether the West recognizes our effort, we have to continue to reform knowledge. I'll give you an example. Say sociology. The foundations of sociology are based on figures like Montez, Henry Saint-Simon, Auguste Comte, Durkheim, Weber. All these are from the Anglo-Saxon world. In modern sociology, none of them are from outside of Europe. So again, whatever is addressed in sociology may not necessarily and may not be related to us. If we study them, yes, fine, we can study them. But again, we are not studying ourselves. We're studying ourselves as a universal community, but we're not studying ourselves as a particular unique community. Again, sources of sociology, you may say, where can we get? Yeah, there are many social sources of sociology from the non-European world. Some figures in India, for example, there are sources of sociology. In this part of the world, in Asia and in the Malay Archipelago, there are a number of sources of sociology. In other words, you can learn and study sociology from them. One of which is Abdullah Munshi, not in an academic mode. Jose Rizal, his corpus, okay? When they have a corpus. And from there, they talk about their own society. 1800s, Abdullah Munshi, he talked about Malay society. Jose Rizal talked about Filipino and Malay society. And we have a number of Indonesians from a number of those from the East Indies at that time.
Sister, can you talk to Dato maybe after this session?
Yeah.
Because then you have a lot to actually learn from
Last
Dato.
sentence.
Yes.
Last sentence.
Yeah.
So again, we ourselves have not excavated. We are quite, indolent. We have not excavated our own knowledge system. So this is our problem.
Dr. Sami, can you quickly respond? There were 2 questions to you.
Yes, thank you. I've noted 3 questions, so I'll try to be very quick and systematic about it. About the first one on goods and prices, I mean, indeed, gaining profit is not only allowed in Islam, it's encouraged, right? So nonetheless, this doesn't necessarily mean economic development without any moral, ethical prescriptions. So I think the notion of what we call ethics today, or morality, which again might refer to Sharia and what I called Sharia economic cosmology, or adab, or akhlaq, and so on and so forth, the notion of justice, the notion of division of labor, the notion of fair distribution, all of this obviously played a part in classical Islamic milieu, and especially the scholars that I'm looking into. So this goes from 8th century onwards, for Al-Shaybani onwards, all the way to Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, and beyond, right? So the question, I think, in the classical period was how what we today call economics, but rather I would call it economic teachings, is part of a wholesome construction of characteristical traits, right? This, to my reading, has been pretty much lost in the modern period. To the second point about democracy versus constitutional republic, I mean, indeed, natural law is not picked up anymore in the modern period. And when it comes to different types of economies, the possible Austrian economic school, right? It's a heterodox economic school, but also advocates strict adherence to methodological individualism. This is another point of contestation, I think. In the pre-modern classical period, you would have, of course, the individual person that seeks salvation, if you will, but through also religious and social engagement. So you have something that, while Halak would call communitarian individualism. So indeed, the individual soul is to have salvation or is to receive salvation, but also through social, societal engagement, which very much pertains to economic realm or economic world. The third point, or the third question about the social reality and development of capitalism as well. Here I concur with what has been said before with Professor Merijan as well. I think that the role of knowledge in society overall is one of power, right? So Muslim culture borrowed from numerous other cultures throughout its history, but from a relative position of strength. With the onslaught of colonialism and modernity, however, the Muslim world has assimilated much of the political, economic, social capital. And this includes also the very construction of knowledge production about religion generally, but also specifically about economics, about environment, about many other subfields. So I think we have to
So we were always there, but always with the point of his strength. I mean, yeah, thank you very much.
I think
Good.
I think something about barakah, the concept of barakah, and you give sadaqah.
Okay, can you respond to this quickly to this brother Subhan?
Yeah,
You will
yeah.
not stop unless you
barakah,
touch the
give sadaqah,
barakah.
you get tenfold back in Islam. So how that is feeder into the whole Islamic economy?
Yes. So so again, sharing is caring in this very, very simplistic sense, right? So it's not about gaining. If you look at Al-Ghazali, if you look at other scholars who wrote on economic teachings or the ethical self in relation to economic teachings, is you don't gain only for yourself. Obviously, it's about self-survival, self-preservation. But also these texts and scholars have discussed that you have to gain in relation to your family. You have to gain something in relation to your community in which you live. So it's about, again, the societal practice in which is very much, I think, tied into what we would call the ethical, moral engagement of the religious or ethical self. So this, I think, is inextricably connected to ethical philosophy in pre-modern economic thought.
Okay, thank you very much. Prof. Rosnani, only 30 seconds left. So
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Khalid. I think the question that our brother raised here is that, yeah, I think there's a strong relationship between whatever we get is a gift from Allah. Hikmah is also a gift from Allah. And Allah in the Quran always say kitab wa hikmah. That means, in other words, the two cannot be separated. If you want hikmah, which is necessary for making good judgment, for being creative, okay? And I think Prof. Afif Kamali was saying that if you have been very creative, you have really the greatest gift of God. Yeah? So in other words, yes, even in the definition given of knowledge by Aratas, he mentioned that one is you acquire, your soul acquire. The other one is given to the soul. Now, the one that's given to the soul, that is a gift. But you cannot get the gift if you are not Allah doesn't love you. And how do Allah loves you? You follow him very well. Then he will love you, then he will give you. I think you will witness this in your life sometimes. Even about getting a parking lot, When it's so difficult to get a parking lot, you come, there's parking lot for you. There must be a reason. You're close to him. That's why he cares for you. So the same thing regards to knowledge. So if you want the Quran to open itself to you, in the Quran there are lots of knowledge. There's knowledge about God, knowledge about human being, psychology, knowledge about history. There's a lot of knowledge in there. And most important of all, knowledge about the universe. That is why our forefathers were very good in sciences, because they reflect upon, they contemplated upon the verses, which is the natural sciences. And that's why they're able to do mathematics, faraid, all the
can you recommend any text, a book for the question for them to read to understand all those points? Just quickly.
It's a lifelong experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Alhamdulillah, we are almost towards the end. And let me just read some couplets you will not understand. And then I have the privilege, you cannot correct me. रहमान वो मंदर मर चुके जो कहीं मांगन जाएं, उनसे पहले वो मुए जिन मुख निकसत नाएं. Can you anybody understand it? No, thank you. So that's good. One of these actually is the Sant Kabir and then Rahim in the classical. He says, there is a God, here is my teacher. And teacher to them is Guru, not the teacher in English. Guru basically Murabbi. If you give me option to choose, whom should I begin with? And I will touch the feet of my teacher, my Guru. Because about the God, I never know who the God is. He's the teacher who introduced me to the God. So that is a very typical, civilizational concept behind it. So teachers, we all here, academics, we must understand our role and try to make things which has been wrong to make it right. So let us conclude our session with Suratul Kafara. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wa lasri insan lafi khusr. Thank you very much, brother, and have a big round of applause for yourself all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sami. Thank you for coming and sharing your wisdom.
Okay, coming to the next session, is the last session, which is on Tawhidic Epistemology and its implication for the future of Islamization and integration of knowledge in Islamic higher education. Okay, our first speaker is Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Birgood, our beloved Dean of ISTAC. So without further ado, Bismillah.
اوكي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Dear professors, doctors, postgraduate student, researchers, participant, thank you very much for remaining with us until this time. I think we have all discover the importance of such kind of an exercise that we are doing here, especially in this topic of Tawhidic Epistemology and also Islamization of knowledge, as our university is one of the universities that adopted the idea of Islamization and integration. I think we have heard a lot of great ideas and views from our scholars since this morning. Maybe I would like just to take it, maybe to raise more problems for you and more questions so that you can think and we can start thinking, because Islamization of knowledge or Tawhidic epistemology without thinking, without critical thinking, without inquisitive thinking, we cannot go anywhere. It is an exercise that requires ijtihad, thinking, innovation. That's why it's really important that our professors, lecturers, and also our postgraduate students, very important for our master and PhD student to lead and heed this mission and vision, because you are actually the future that will develop those models and paradigms we are trying to talk about now. Maybe 10, 15 years, some of you will be building these models, brothers and sisters. So, Brother Muzammil, Muzammil Taada, can I see the... Okay, so let me take you this way about it so that we can talk about the future. Just to ask a question, can we do Islamization or integration or decolonization or deconstruction without a paradigm, without a model, without a worldview? From the Islamic perspective, it's impossible for us to reconstruct the Western knowledge or Islamize the Western knowledge or integrate the Western knowledge without the Islamic worldview. There is no way. And when we talk about Islamic worldview, then from Islamic worldview comes our ontology, cosmology, epistemology, axiology, and all of this. So there is no point talking about knowledge or talking about reforming the world knowledge or without Islamic worldview. So each and every one of us as scholars, researchers, postgraduate student must master the Islamic worldview and how it functions. And I use the term master because I'm not talking, I'm not talking you master every ulum of Islam. Theology, fiqh, usul, you master the ilmul ilm. The ilm of all the ulum or the fiqh of all fiqh is Tawhidic epistemology. So anything you want to revive education, you want to revive economy, you want to bring Tawhidic economy, Tawhidic sociology, Tawhidic psychology, Tawhidic education, cannot do without Islamic worldview. And from the Islamic worldview, you get the Tawhidic epistemology or the Quranic epistemology or the Islamic epistemology, you call it whatever. So each and every one of us in Islamic universities, in any discipline, whether you are in science, in biology, you must master this ilm of al-ilm. We need in this university to come up with a book that everybody should learn. It's like our blueprint, our guide. Then from that book, which gives you the Islamic worldview, the Tawhidic epistemology, the principles, the techniques, the methods, the approaches are all there. Then you go to your sociology, you go to your psychology, then you start thinking using the Islamic worldview. So this principle, this idea is very important. That's why Prof. Ahmed Zaid, this morning when he was talking about, we have scarcity of those people who can teach us these things, who can educate us. Now, if we want after 40 years in IIUM to say, okay, where are our epistemologue in education, in psychology, in sociology, in anthropology, in science, in biology, where are they? How many of them? They can teach me and provide me how I use the Islamic epistemology, the Tawhidic epistemology, in my area, in my field. I don't want, let's say, a medical doctor or a psychologist or a social scientist to go and become a faqih, or study usul al-fiqh, or study all this in detail. No, you need that exposure to the extent that you start thinking in your area using the Islamic epistemology, the Tawhidic epistemology. I think that's number one, and we need really to look at it very important. So we agree together that without Islamic worldview, without Tawhidic epistemology, we cannot do much in Islamizing or restructuring or doing whatever, because Tawhid to us, or this Islamic worldview, is actually our mirror or our vision, our model, how we see the West. Why today we are criticizing the Western knowledge? We criticize because the Tawhidic epistemology says that principle number one, knowledge all is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I take you here. Knowledge is all from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So I come to the Western epistemology and Western worldview. I found that Auguste Comte or positivism or knowledge is experiment. Knowledge is rational. Knowledge is senses. Knowledge is what is subjected under the scientific approach. So it already goes against one of my epistemological principles, which says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, very simple. That's the principle of the Islamic وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا. That's the epistemological principle in Islam. وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا. Any ilm under the world is actually from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put that ilm in the universe, and he put it in al-anfus. سَنُرِيهِمْ آيَاتِنَا في الآفاق. Afaq means علوم الكون, علوم universe. These are the sunan. What is thermodynamics, or what is gravity, or what is AI? All discovering those laws and patterns of energy, of all this is just discovering. But the Western epistemology, positivism, put the hijab, put the veil between Allah and you by making the epistemology focusing on the physical. So you are thinking in economy, in psychology, in natural science, in physics, in all this, you cannot see beyond. Why? Because your worldview or your epistemology saying that the source of knowledge or the possibility of knowing is only within the physical world. So you are dead. You have created a civilization which is all based on the physical reality. Even when you talk about soul or brain or are all organs in your body. Even when you talk about ethics, professional ethics, not ethics that come from the soul, from your relation with Allah, and so on and so forth. That's number two, brothers and sisters. That's why Professor Osman, he is stressing again in the Tawhidic epistemology, the idea of unity of knowledge. Unity of knowledge. All knowledge, whether in the universe, al-afaq, or al-anfus, nafsu, or the one comes from wahyu, all leading to one truth, الحق. سنريهم آياتنا في الآفاق وفي أنفسهم حتى يتبين لهم أنه الحق. So brothers and sisters, this verse of the Quran is actually, it's a framework for a great philosophy.
If I can intercept a bit.
Go ahead.
This ayat yatabayanu means you need to configure first rather than you unite immediately. Do you agree with me or not? How can you mix between the two knowledge? One's denying the existence of Allah, and this one is a true guidance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala without first configure or reconfigure both aspects. As you mentioned just now, yatabayyan is a process of tabayyun first. What do you think?
Okay, Prof. I think that's a very good point. But here, I'm not talking about the tools of knowing, which is aql or reason or tabayyun or. I'm talking first about how Tawhidic epistemology says that the ilm in the universe, the book of the universe, or the book of Revelation, or the book of Al-Anfus, or it's all united and leading to one source of this ilm, which is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. For your information, from an Islamic perspective, aql and reason is just a means. It's not aql that creates knowledge. It's Allah that puts knowledge. But aql discovers knowledge, innovates knowledge, gets EI, gets creativity, but within that model or spectrum created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay, that's, I think, number two. So now, as we discussed this morning, brothers and sisters, now, Tawhidic epistemology, knowledge, unity of knowledge, then knowledge from the universe, from nafs, from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then what is the purpose of ilm? That's very important. Prof. Jasir was talking about this. We have to be clear about this. One of the big problems of the Western epistemology is the problem of the maqasid al-ilm. What is the purpose of ilm? What is the purpose of knowledge? In the Western model is for power, is for building civilization, is for conquering the world, it's fine, but not enough. So the purpose of ilm in Islam is actually related to the purpose of the creation of man himself. So any ilm, any knowledge that is not falling within the maqasid of creating this man, it is out of the spectrum. And that's why we created a lot of ulum which are very destructive. You created nuclear power and you use it to kill people in Nagasaki, Hiroshima, in Gaza, in where here, and that's your ilm. But in our case, Tawhidic epistemology, the purpose of ilm is to help you become Khalifa on earth. Khalifa on earth means وَإِذْ قَالَ رَبُّكَ إِنِّي جَاعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً. So we have a big problem with the Western knowledge and its orientation and its maqasid and its objectives. Whether ilm al-nafs or ilm al-ijtima' or any science, the objective is an issue. It's all related to their worldview and their purpose. So, brothers and sisters, Tawhidic epistemology leads us to redefine the human being, redefine the purpose of creation, redefine our maqasid in this world. And I think the highest maqasid is for us to be Khalifa on earth and do ibadah, do i'mar, do justice, do adal, and our dictionary of these things. That's what Tawhidic Epistemology wants to help us with all the ulum. That's why I think Prof. Usman mentioned one time that Tawhidic Epistemology, how to use it now in our disciplines, we need to take Tawhidic Epistemology and re-look at the four aspects of this ulum: their philosophy, their assumptions, their objective, and their theories. So Tawhidic Epistemology helps us move towards the objectives of the ulum and the maqasid of the ulum. But if the maqasid, the objective of your ilm is just dunyawi, is just for material gain, it's just for this, means you miss to understand why you are created. And that's why the Islamic worldview or the worldview is very important. So brothers and sisters, this is just an introduction to what I want to tell you, not introduction. Not introduction of Ibn Khaldun, but I'm going to tell you now, brothers and sisters, look at this diagram here. So I'm going to tell you now about, because I think we had a lot of questions about the Tawhidic epistemology, Islamization of knowledge, what is the relation, why we are doing. Brothers and sisters, as I said, the Islamic worldview or Tawhidic epistemology is your key, is your paradigm, is your guide to do any process. Are you following? To do any process. Now, in UAE, we are doing the process of Islamization and integration. So without Tawhidic epistemology and without Islamic worldview, we cannot do the job. So don't confuse yourself between a process and a core and a substance that helps you to get the process done. So Tawhidic epistemology is the substance, is the manhaj, is the framework, is the guide, is the one that gives you how to move. It's your map, it's your blueprint, tells you the jam'u bayn al-qira'atayn, the combining the two readings, telling you that knowledge has many sources, telling you that your knowledge should have. So, brothers and sisters, Islamization is a process, and there will be a time we will finish this process. It will not remain forever. Once we nurture and develop scholars and researchers who can use Islamic worldview directly and think in their own disciplines and produce knowledge and ideas, done. You know, but worldview will remain. Tawhidic epistemology will remain with you forever. But Islamization is a process. So look at this diagram here. In the diagram, just to make things maybe clearer, you see down there we have worldview, Quranic worldview. From the Quranic worldview, we got the Tawhidic epistemology. And from Tawhidic epistemology, we created what we call Islamic knowledge system, Al-Nizam Al-Ma'rifi Al-Islami. And from this Nizam, we deal with the sources of knowledge. And from that, we know that there are many sources of knowledge, not one, not two, not three, but multi sources. And Tawhidic epistemology should help us how to deal with these sources. You know why Prof. Jasir Auda always differentiate between Usul al-Fiqh and the Maqasid al-Sharia and Maqasid al-Quran? One of the reasons is the Maqasid al-Quran in the Tawhidic epistemology will help you how you deal with these sources of knowledge. How do you deal with the Quran? How do you deal with the texts of the Quran? When the ayah talks about universe, nafs, and akhirah, and akhlaq. How do you deal? Do we have this knowledge now among our professors or scholars or researchers? Can we deal with the Quran, as Prof. Rosnani mentioned, epistemologically? Are we all able to deal with the Quran, using the semantic of the language of the Quran, using the body of the epistemology in the Quran? I doubt that many of us can do this. So the university needs to focus on this. Nurture the researchers, the scholars who get these competencies and abilities how to deal with the Quran as an epistemological, ontological body of ilm and knowledge, giving you principles, views, solutions, and so on and so forth. We need to train people so that our researchers are able to do. So from that, we get the sources. From the sources of integrated knowledge, we talk about methods and tools of Tawhidic knowledge. The methods, what our ulama were using, Al-Ghazali or Al-Farabi or Shatibi, or they were using methods and tools. How do they get them? Usul al-fiqh from where? How Shafi'i got this usul al-fiqh? And he started telling us that to deal with Quran, a big ilm is usul al-fiqh, to deal with the Quran, where you have Quran, Sunnah, Ijma', Qiyas, Amal, Ahl al-Madinah, and all these things. And then Ibn Khaldun come and say, in order to deal with the ulum of Umran and this, and to use the Quranic text, you have to understand the sunan of Allah. And the thing, we need to really now educate ourselves about Tawhidic epistemology and how we use it to deal with the knowledge. So brothers and sisters, here comes this. Now, you see how the process comes? The process comes, develop the Islamic paradigm of knowledge, which is the Tawhidic epistemology. And that's what Islamization of knowledge was trying to do. Provided for us theory of knowledge, Islamization of knowledge, talk about the sources of all this, done. Okay, done that. Then nurture the people. The second process is the people. What are the Islamizers? What are the integrators? What are the people who master the Tawhidic epistemology and use it and produce knowledge, produce solution, so that we build up ilm, we accumulate ilm, we get textbooks, we get this to nurture the new generation. After that comes, set the ecosystem for the development of IOK. In the case of UIA, we have an ecosystem. Kulliyas, centuries, we have policies, we have textbooks, we have research doing the Islamization of knowledge. Now, develop from this, we start developing our value-driven education, as Prof. Rosmani was saying. So education is that process that really imparts Tawheed and change the personality and creates the human being that we are desiring. But the period of knowledge, epistemology, all this theory, when you come to education, you start changing personality, adab, akhlaq, thinking. How do you change them if not through the Tawhidic epistemology? So after this, we go to generate solutions and alternatives for social development and civilizational development. So I thought Islamization of knowledge, after this period, we are moving to alternatives now, to products in sociology, psychology, sustainable development, science, whatever. We need to move to the alternatives. Now, what is the product of all our process in the end? The process of Islamization, the product will be, or our outcome will be, integrated lecturers, integrated graduated people, integrated research, integrated curriculum, integrated teaching and learning. All this is needed. We can use actually this model to measure where we are exactly now, whether we already reach these things or we need. So I think, and I believe and trust that that integration of knowledge, Tawhidic epistemology comes timely to help all of us strengthen our foundation and our competencies and our abilities to use Tawhidic epistemology to apply it in our disciplines. So our challenge now is we really need to train people on the Tawhidic epistemology. First, come up with books or guidelines on the Tawhidic epistemology and its applications, its examples from the Quran, from Sunnah, from reality, from what we discovered already during the 40 years of Islamization. And from there, we start moving towards implementation. So, brothers and sisters, I tell you how the process of Islamization started. We started actually from trying to understand knowledge, then we borrow from the West, then we start talking about integration, then we are talking about reforming, then we are talking about applications. There will be a time where we generate our own knowledge based on Islamic worldview, brothers and sisters. That's why the sister who asked the question, whether we can do Islamization of knowledge without the Western knowledge, why don't we go solo by ourselves? We have the Islamic worldview, we have the Quranic knowledge, we have the Tawhidic epistemology. Partly we cannot do because of the reason mentioned by Prof. Murad, because the Western knowledge and model is dominating everywhere. And we are actually consuming. That's why we have to deconstruct the Western knowledge. And we have to show that they have epistemological crisis and they have ontological crisis so that we can build a new balanced knowledge which combines the revealed and the acquired knowledge. So it's really important. So we are in a process which also teaches us to move from learning, from imitation to interaction, to initiating, to go for ijtihad, and to go and create impactful knowledge. I always hear this question. Our people here and in many other places, they ask, yeah, you talk for 40 years about Islamization, but still no products, no alternative, no this and this. And you know, brothers and sisters, processes, social processes are not like mathematics or AI, you know, formula. These are social processes that deal with the mind, with the culture, with people, with reality, with resistance. Even there are many people, they don't want Islamization and integration. There are many people who are very new among you here, maybe newcomers, new students, they don't know even what is Islamization or what is integration. But there are people in this university who are already masters of integration and Islamization, and they are producing knowledge and alternative. How do we deal with all these levels of people in a process? That's why we need to take care of all levels. Those who are new, we teach them basics. Those who are in this level, we add for them. That's how processes are done. Brothers and sisters, I think my time is gone. Okay. The last thing to mention to you here, brothers, what this PowerPoint is there, you can take it later on, but I wanted just to mention to you, brothers and sisters, the implication for the future of Tawhidic epistemology. Number one, Prof. Osman already mentioned it, Prof. Osmani mentioned it, Prof. Murad mentioned it. We must do new reclassification of knowledge. We are going nowhere if there is no new classification of knowledge based on Tawhidic epistemology. We will continue consuming the Western knowledge because they classified knowledge based on their own worldview, their own epistemology, and we end up having knowledge, social science, human science, natural science, technical science, and so on and so forth. The implication for the future of Tawhidic epistemology, for the Ummah to produce a new ulum, we need to go for a new exercise of classification of knowledge. Maybe we can develop a new ulum. Sister Hidayah is doing her PhD on istikhlaf framework as a framework for dealing with issues like Sa'ad. You know what does that mean? Means maybe we can have in the future ulumul istikhlaf, ulumul umran, ulumul ummah. What are these ulum? Maybe we can have new knowledge. If we really, I'm talking about the end product of Tawhidic epistemology, not necessarily during our time, maybe your time, get to new ulum. I tell you my classification of ulum. Religious science is in the center. Ulumul din, ulumul wahi is in the center. Now ulumul wahi is out. of the Western model, out, not even in the margin. It's out of the scientific knowledge. علوم الوحي come first. Then علوم الأنفس, psychology, these are the ulum. Now, in our models, if your son is going to do physics or do mathematics or artificial intelligence, or everybody celebrating going to do Islamic studies or religious, everybody, oh yeah, these are the ulum which are another different category. Who created this? So علوم الوحي, علوم النفس, that's why Allah said سنريهم آياتنا في الآفاق وفي أنفسهم. So علوم النفس, then comes علوم الكون, which is now #1 in the world. So علوم الدين, علوم الوحي, علوم النفس, علوم الكون. Then comes علوم الآلة, AI, or all this type of, this is just my own ijtihad. Later on, you see it in a paper. But I'm just telling the importance of what Tawhidic epistemology can do. I tell you, Tawhidic epistemology, if we look at it from institutional perspective, like a university, we can restructure all the kulliyas. We can remerge everything. We can converge many things, but it needs a lot of study, a lot of thinking to develop an Islamic university that is 21st century university, but abides by the principles of Tawhidic epistemology to produce new ilm. Okay, I think the interdisciplinary integration of knowledge mentioned, training of scholars and researchers in Tawhidic epistemology and application mentioned already, new specialization. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Jazakumullah khairan, Prof. Abdul Aziz. And now, without further ado, I call upon Professor Dr. Hazizan Muhammad Noon from the Department of Sociology, Ahathar KHS, to present his presentation.
Hazizan, you want to use the, use the mic. Maybe from maybe people will
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم So many things to be organized. Okay. I do not know whether no, this one should be reduced. Okay, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Thank you, Dr. Nurul, for inviting me. Dean of ISTAC and professors, scholars, participants in the hall, and those who are online. I wish you Ramadan Kareem. I really feel that this is not a good time to talk. Everyone is hungry, and everyone is, maybe I hope it will not lead to angry, yeah? Right, but I think it is also perhaps timely for us to remember our brothers and sisters elsewhere out there
those who are suffering more than what we are today in this very nice, comfortable hall, that I've been thinking about how our Tawhid-based knowledge should be able to help people who are suffering out there in terms of advancement in technology, economy, military, and so on. I think beneficial knowledge should always be able to serve the need of the community, either at the local level or international level. So in that light, I think whatever term that we are using here, Tawhidic epistemology or Tawhid-based knowledge, at the end of the day, it should benefit the people, and therefore we have a long way to go if we look at how we are Muslims today with regard to our knowledge level at the practical level. So I will today try to address this, moving from abstract philosophical issue or understanding to something that I consider to be more concrete example of the translation of whatever you call it, either Islamization or Tawhidic epistemology and so on. The title given to us, both of us, is Tawhidic Epistemology and its implication for future of Islamization and integration of knowledge in Islamic higher institution. Now, there are three keywords which are important. I will not elaborate here, but I think you can just look at it. And this whole morning and also afternoon, we have been trying to grapple with the different versions of or presentation rather on the same thing that we have been talking about. Tawhidic epistemology, Islamization and integration, and Islamic higher institution. For the purpose of focus, I will relate to what is being done in this university so that we can see more concretely how Tawhidic epistemology penetrates into the educational practice at the university level as experimented, if not implemented, in this university. But there are a few things that I jot down from what we have mentioned this morning and also this afternoon. We are trying to move from abstract to concrete, theory to practice, Tawhidic epistemology to Tawhid-based education. Another set of the pair of this is interplay between the ideal and reality. We have on the one hand the ideal or the what ought to be, and also the reality, or in sociology we normally look at what is really taking place. So we are investigating this scientifically or empirically. We also have heard about the constant and the changeable, the thawabit and mutaghayyirat, for example, in the case of religion. And how do we deal with the terms, words, and forms in relation to the essence, substance, and spirit? Are we talking about the same thing but using different languages, for example? So things like this need to be aware of, which then send us to be thinking about, is there one Islamic perspective or there are many Islamic perspectives? I have written a chapter on this, already published in my book, Islamic Perspective of Sociology and Anthropology, published in 2017. And our thinking orientation should be moving from global to, we need to have a global vision about what we subscribe to. I think this is quite clear. despite the different ways of how we explain it. But in terms of implementation, I think we need to be gradual. And that's why we call it process. In the case of Islamization, Islamization is defined both in our policy as a process and as an initiative or any initiative. So we'll look into it. Lastly, even if our Muslim scientific community is in agreement on what we are talking about, that knowledge is based on Tawhidic or on Tawhid, then who will be speaking on our behalf? So here the question of who speak for Muslim Ummah and who speak for Muslim scientific community. I think I raised this as question. I don't have answer. Therefore, let us together answer this. Now, for the purpose of relating what is abstract to something that is more concrete, we certainly would like to know how Tawhidic epistemology is translated into actual educational practice, and I will be basing this on the case of IUM. Yeah, I think for our brothers and sisters out there, maybe this would be presentation of our model. Maybe there are other models on this. Let us look at what has been there in history, because we always would like to see ourselves in connection to history and try to capitalize on what we learn from history for the construction of what would be the future. Certainly, this is big picture approach. So we already know about the importance of prophetic time, where, of course, you can divide into Makki, Madani, and the Quran was revealed there. And the essence of the teaching was Tawhid. And this Tawhid will continue to be there throughout history after the time of the Prophet. Therefore, we also have learned about the many terms emerged or coined, for example, Ihya Ulumuddin in the post-prophetic era. So all these terms emerge, but they are meant for the same thing, in the sense that trying to put Tawhid manifested in the different contexts, either in the knowledge situation of that particular time or in the other time. Now, we are in contemporary time, so I have lumped together post-prophetic periods into one, so that you can divide into Abbas, whatever, companion, Abbasid, and so on. Doesn't matter. But Tawhid will continue to be the case throughout, and Quran will continue to be the source of reference for the past, for the present, and for the future. And from what I can gather from today's sessions, we are aiming at, or at least dreaming for, the construction of Tawhid-based civilization, which will promise the just human civilization, hopefully, inshallah. But to do that, we are here. We are here in contemporary time, where we are having this discussion about Muslim Ummah problems. And there are many strategies and approaches that have been discussed, and one of which is the coinage of the term Islamization and integration idea and agenda. And today we are talking about Tawhidic epistemology in our context, and now I'm going to talk about IUM. So we certainly have to look back at our history and continue to be charting something for our future based on what we learn from history and what we learn from the current situation. I will not spend more time on this, because I know I have many other things to say, but there have been terms that crop up and emerge from time to time. We know now we have Islamization, integration, de-Westernization, de-secularization, Islamification, and so on. But we also have adjectives. Sometimes we use Islamic, like Islamic worldview. Sometimes we use Quranic when it refers to the source. But when it refers to the essence, we are talking about Tawhidic. So all these are used interchangeably, either in the context of Islamic worldview or Islamic epistemology, and so on. Yeah? To me, Tawhidic paradigm consists of, at the highest level, is Islamic worldview. Part of Islamic worldview is Islamic epistemology, whereby we are talking about the nature of knowledge, the purpose of knowledge, the source of knowledge, classification of knowledge, and so on. Then from there, we develop what we call Islamic epistemology. Sometimes we use the word integrated methodology, combining the merits from all the legitimate sources. Then we have our own Islamic sciences. Islamic sciences are informed originally by Islamic worldview. This is in a very brief manner about that. Now, when we look back, when we look at what we are today, if we want to know about society and man, this is, I'm now talking about sociology and anthropology. By definition, sociology means science of society, and anthropology is briefly defined as science of man. Therefore, in order for us to understand society and man, we have so many sources. I'm not using the word sources here in the epistemological sense. I'm referring to what do we have today that we can learn about society and man from which. Number one is from modern sociology and anthropology, that universities all over the world are what you call it, using or adopting. And then we have other social sciences. They are also directly or indirectly talking about society and man. And we also have divine revelation, Quran and Sunnah, and also Muslim intellectual heritage in the form of what we gain from our Torah. And we learn about society and man by conducting new research and publication, and then we have other sources. Now, each of these sources has its own limitation, contribution, limitation, and strength that need to be understood. You cannot even consult or look at the Quran in order to know what is taking place today. You have to do empirical study. Quran has its own unique and certain way of functioning. Therefore, we need to know the strength and the limitation and the scope of each of these. Therefore, but we under Tawhidic epistemology need to make divine revelation as the guiding source, because Quran is the Huda lil Muttaqin. Therefore, it needs to be done or to be made this one. So how can we then deal with each of these sources in the light of divine revelation? I think that is the question. The question. So in the middle there, divine revelation functions firstly in terms of providing worldview that we need to equip ourselves. And at the same time, this source also has certain teachings about society and man scattered here and there that we need to derive as well. And with this worldview and epistemology, Quranic worldview and Quranic epistemology, we should be able to use it not only as the shaper of science, but also as the filter of science. We assess other science on the basis of Islamic epistemology. Now, I would like to then now look at the how Islam as a guiding religion, we cascade this effect, the effect of Islam on us. Now, let us look at in Malaysia, in the context of Malaysia. Now we move from the general one to more specific one. In Malaysia, we have quite a very good philosophy of education, quite comprehensive. I have taken this from the faculty from where Professor Rosnani come. I look at the wall and they have painted this very big, and this is actually the photo from the wall of this Faculty of Education. If you want to see, you go there, bigger than this. So we have quite a good infrastructure, even from the national level, at the national level, that provides some kind of support for our Tawhidic education or Tawhid-based education to prevail at our institution. Now, going back to institutional level, from national level to institutional level, I am actually afraid that I don't have time. How much time? 5 minutes, or I don't have enough time. Okay, never mind. Islamization and integration at IIUM. First, we look at what I call IIUM ideals. We are shaped by certain ideals. In any organization or institution or company, we have ideals. By ideals, I mean what comes from the constitution, defined by a constitution. If you look at the philosophy, vision, and mission of the university, you already can see the word Tawhid there. For example, under the vision, inspired by the worldview of Tawhid and the Islamic philosophy of unity of knowledge. Exactly that is for me, Tawhidic epistemology. Okay? So that's why I was saying in the beginning, we might have used different languages and things, but we are talking about the same thing. And therefore, I used to say to some of my students, you do business as usual, but you follow these steps. So because whatever changes should not, what I call is, should not be seen as something that shake the entire, what I call this. But actually, we are talking about the same thing. Now, as far as the mission of the university is concerned, we already have here the two terms, integration and Islamization, in the context of URA. So I think this one is illustration of the ideals. Now, one thing very important in this university is the availability of what we call IIUM policies and guidelines on Islamization. I think I need to stress this. We have to fall back on what we have created and produced 30 years after the existence. It was 2013. We already have this. In short, we call this Islamization policy, the guidelines. It started with all the what you call this, the works. This one was published 2013, but the groundwork was, took place earlier under the leadership of our brother Barus and others. We only did it at the Center for Islamization at the time to produce this. Yeah? Now, what does it say in that particular policy? The university's constitution, known as Memorandum and Articles of Association, is the first official document which provides the basis and legal justification for the Islamization policy. And then subsequently, you will read this. You can get this free of charge, of course, online, and not the hard copy. Now, it contains 8 policy statements and 21 modes of Islamization, or 22 modes. 22 modes. So if you want to do Islamization according to your level of knowledge and also commitment, you can start with the lowest level to the highest level. This is the policy, the eight what you call this policy statement. I will not do. But the term used in IIUM, therefore, with regard to Islamization and whatever, we use the word Islamization of human knowledge. I think I need to stress this. We differentiate between Islamization of knowledge and Islamization of human knowledge, because the thoughts that developed and created or evolved into sciences, they were all the mixture of these thoughts and also philosophies, even if it comes from revelation. So Muslim intellectual heritage, also Islamic religious sciences, are not free from the human input in that. So therefore, Islamization of human knowledge means looking into the sciences that have all this human input. And another term that is quite peculiar to UIA is Islamicization, and it is there in the policy. And another term is relevantization. This is specifically for Islamic revealed knowledge, or Islamic studies, because we don't use Islamization. We don't Islamize. It's usul al-fiqh or ulum al-Quran, because the basis, the worldview is clear already. But how to make them more relevant to contemporary time? That is what is there. Now, this is the general definition of Islamization, a process and any kind of initiative to make the academic and non-academic aspect of university in consonant with it. Okay, the 22 modes of Islamization, as far as university is concerned, range from low necessity category. There are few modes under the first one, and to the highest one, there is construction of new science. And I think the lowest one, example of the lowest one is accepting what is good coming from any source, Muslim or non-Muslim, Western or non-Western. So that is the basis. And the highest one is construction of new science. So if I am asked what would be the new science to be constructed, I would propose science of unity. Not only because it is reflective of Tawhid, but because we are disunited in the sense. So I think science of unity need to be the first science to be constructed, so we can explore into this empirically, theologically, why we are disunited, whereas we have Tawhid. Tawhid means unification, right? I think at the I'm talking about the social level of unity. Okay, the rest, I have examples of how this is translated into actual academic program. Here we have, now I do not know how many faculties, but the earliest faculties like economics and law, and there was another one, there is Center for Fundamental Knowledge. Even in IIUM, we have two model of education, even though it was based on the same Islamic philosophy of knowledge, 1983 and 1990, that was one model, whereby we did not have special faculty called Islamic Studies or Islamic Revealed Knowledge. That was only after 1990, yeah? So, and as far as the faculty of concern, Islamic Studies and Human Sciences have been put under the same roof to reflect unity. And when we try to put it as the in the academic program, we have the mission of integration. For IRK, Islamic Revealed Knowledge, we have the mission of relevantization, how to make Islamic religious sciences more contemporaneous or relevant to the contemporary time. Only modern human sciences like sociology, psychology, political science, they need to be, we need to do Islamization or Islamicization. In both cases, we cannot escape from doing research because there are so many areas which require more exploration into this. Yeah, and I think this is just the structure of that. You can see quite clearly here. But as far as my department is concerned, as you can see there, the number C, the structure, we have forced our students to take Islamic Revealed Knowledge subject, so that a student of sociology, for example, they have also to learn Islamic religious sciences like fiqh, usul fiqh, and so on. At least 21 credit. There is 7 subjects. So this is how it is structured in the curriculum. Yeah? And I think this is the model of this. Now, for future, I think even if it is to be based on today's discussion right from the morning, we have more questions than answers. All right, and therefore we need a platform. We have launched in 2023 by, rector at the time launched this, what we call the Gombak Integrated School of Thought in Social Sciences, or we call it GIST. We use school of thought just as a strategy. Actually, we just want all social scientists in IIM to have the same mindset. But just to make it more grand, we call it school of thought. But it is not like the school of thought in our tradition. But we want our people to be united. Why should not we, if we have the same philosophy, with the same vision, with the same mission, suddenly at the level of implementation, social scientists, for example, they are not having the same mindset? It's strange. So therefore, we need this platform. So to close this, can I play the video about 4 minutes? The montage about this that will yeah, I will need from here. The rest I will not show you. I think this is also important. No? What it is, and then oh, you don't have voice? Can you? Wait. Oh, it's very minor. Okay, maybe we have to be satisfied with whatever we have and just listen to it.
At the International Islamic University Malaysia, we have been dedicated to holistic and integrated education for over 4 decades. Our educational
sorry.
The International Islamic University Malaysia, we have been dedicated to holistic and integrated education for over 4 decades. Our educational philosophy focuses on ensuring well-rounded learners who can navigate the complexities of the modern world. Today, we are excited to present a bold new initiative that will elevate our commitment to the social science education to the next level. Schools and social sciences, school of thought in social sciences. With this, we are embarking on a journey to shape the future of social sciences through our unique educational values based on Tawhidic worldview and epistemology. GIST embodies our holistic and integrated approach, fostering collaboration between disciplines to drive innovative solutions. I am indeed very happy to hear that the Kuliah of Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences, are ready to make a start in trying to build up what we call the integrated Gombak School of Thoughts. This is, I think, a moment for us to reflect and see what the university has been doing for the last 40 years and what can we gather today to make these integrated thoughts, as it were, as something that belongs to the university because it reflects the philosophy, the understanding, and also the vision and the mission of the university within the context and the worldview of Islam. We would like to congratulate everybody who is involved in this, particularly the leadership of the Kuliah, in trying to make these thoughts something that all of us could share and something that could enhance the image of the university moving forward in the next 40 years.
GIST is a framework that supports and strengthens the Kuliah's agenda on double I and double R's, which are integration and Islamization, as well as relevantization and research plus innovation.
The Department of Sociology and Anthropology is pleased to serve as an anchor to this initiative, GIST, and we would like to get the support from various quarters to ensure the success of GIST.
The Combat School of Thought in Social Sciences, or GIST, unites social scientists at RIUM under a common paradigm. It enables us to study the connections across social sciences and promotes a better comprehension of human reality within the Islamic worldview. We are not just reshaping education within our walls. GIST is intended to be a global player with religious and local roots.
Okay, so you can later have the link and you can view.
Alhamdulillah, shukran jazilan to both our speakers, Professor Dr. Abdulaziz and Professor Dr. Hazizan. I think a good metaphor here for conclusion is that, different disciplines are like branches of the same tree, each offering a unique perspective, but ultimately drawing from the same root, which is the divine order of the universe. And this is the essence of Tawheed. It's actually not uniformity, it's actually like harmony, where all paths of knowledge converge towards the same ultimate reality, that is al-haq, the absolute truth. We end our session with Tasbih Kifara and Surah Al-As.
We give them a question and all
Okay, Prof. Before ending, yes, please.
Yeah, sorry, I have to ask you this. This is an impression which I got about this university and also of the social human sciences. What is the difference between IRK in this university to any American university in terms of the unity of knowledge, in terms of the hierarchy of knowledge, in terms of the offering of the discipline of social science and humanities? Why I'm asking this is because I've asked some professors from this university whether their curriculum offers certain components. Example is a course on Ibn Khaldun or text offered as a text. Muqaddimah offered as a text, or Ibn Khaldun or Al-Biruni present in the IRK, for example. In sociology, I mean, in sociology or in anthropology or even in communication. Because I know very well in communication is a very positivistic offering. I mean, the offering of communication as a discipline field in UIA is very positivistic. It's very American. There's no semblance of an Islamic worldview. And I don't see Islamic worldview in many of these, including history. It's empirical history. It's positivist history. And positivism is one term of an Islamic worldview. So we are in contradiction. And I've got some experience of certain professors do not want to supervise thesis that delves on epistemology of certain areas in social science, which is a very negative thing to happen in this university.
Yeah. Very brief. You showed to us just now the curriculum, or the content of the curriculum. That is a combination of Islamic studies and the sociology. Have you later on come back to the student and asked what are the impact to them? Because I study in UAE, like from undergraduate until PhD. I can feel the impact of that in my personal experience. So I think the Islamization is whenever you expose to the student with both stream, with a little bit of discussion about that, and they will do it actually. They will analyze the issue, current issue right now, but based on the training that being given to them earlier. I think so meaning that if we go back to then ask to what extent the content of the program has impacted them, especially in terms of understanding the issue and so on.
Oh Allah, please guide me. Okay, part of the answer, I answered the second question, Vincent. I think part of the answer is in your question. I think you have mentioned this, that like this, we don't change the world in one khutbah. Okay, if the khutbah is long, they are meant to change the world. Actually, they should not. Now, the discipline that has developed in the West, they have taken a long time. We are 40 years, something like this, right? And when, this is my own personal way of looking at things, the desire to have an Islamic university with this kind of dream is already an achievement. Yeah. But the moment the university has been established, now those who work, they come from the systems which have been there for a long time. And naturally, we cannot have integrated people already to be the staff to teach the integrated knowledge. So we had to accept the fact that while our ideal is there, but in terms of doing, I think we need to view this as a progressive things to happen. And you have rightly mentioned just now that yes, we might have exposed our students, let's say students of sociology, certain number of course, the substantive knowledge of sociology will have to be there. And in addition, they have to do this. But earlier generations, 1983, they had to take more. I think 20 over subject, Islamic subject. That's why you call it Center for Fundamental Knowledge. But in our context, only 7 or 8 subjects. But the way I see it is that exposure to this kind of thing to students is important, even if they cannot do it organically at that particular time, because the teachers are also themselves product of the existing system which are not integrated. Earlier, we also did, or we took initiative in order to train also our staff, where we have Diploma of Human Science for IRK lecturers and Diploma of IRK for Human Science lecturers. As far as the training is concerned, I think there have been many programs, including, for example, Islamic orientation program, Islamic enhancement program, Ibadah camp, all those things. All these scattered programs, big and small, are meant for creating ecosystem and also more exposure, so that sooner or later, if not the lecturer, the students themselves are able to integrate after being exposed to the 2 different orientation of knowledge, modern knowledge and also Islamic knowledge. So Professor Zaid mentioned, even from the outsiders' observation, maybe there is the impact. And we have another one that is tracer study. In the tracer study, which is yearly, in the latest one, even almost every year, students feel that they have, the higher percentage of their knowledge about Islamization. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Any other one on the Zoom or here? One. Anyone wanted to ask any question? Let's see if we have anyone in the Zoom there.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamu warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Go ahead, Prof.
Prof. Aziz, I will be saying something, but it's a bit unfair because I missed quite a bit of the earlier part of the afternoon. I came in only when Prof. Azizan was giving his discussion about the old days, and so I just wanted to maybe say a very a short point, which maybe has been said earlier. I think when the university was established, there was no intention of having, whether we call it Islamic studies or whatever term we wanted to use. But a compromise was made on the basis that the Kuliah of Islamic Liberal Knowledge would be together with human sciences. So rather than only having IRKH, the idea was it has to be IRKH and HS. That was the kind of agreement made why we have that Kuliah. So what differs from other universities, to answer Prof. Murad, is that the IRKH cannot be seen separately from human science. And that is why the earlier years, the program always had a major minor. It was a must. You must do major and minor. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe, Prof. Abdul Aziz, you may know better on this. But after many, about 6-7 years, there was pressure. And I think this is I don't know if it was discussed earlier. This is an issue. We were not allowed to develop the university in the way we had originally thought. We had to modify according to, external pressure coming in. And therefore, we stopped doing the major minor. We just went according to one department. And even the original CFK courses that we were teaching, when I took the program, I had to do 11 courses, not even 7 or 8, 11 courses from CFK, taken every semester from year 1 to year 4. So it was not just dumped into third semester, finish everything and I'm done with IRK courses, but I had to do it for 4 years. But that has changed from 8 courses to 4 courses, and then it became 3 courses. And I think now it's not even 3 that all students take, right? So if we are talking about IOK and even Tawhidic Epistemology, that dimension has now almost doesn't exist, except maybe in IRK, Kuliah Islamic Liberal Knowledge and Human Sciences. In all other Kuliah, I don't know what the impact of those CFK courses are anymore. The assumption I was told by some people, the assumption is that the students do it in metric. They do quite a bit more than what they were previously exposed to. And secondly, we are also taking more students from religious schools now. Unlike in the early years, we used to take many students from the national school. But over the years, we have now taken majority of students from the Islamic or religious schools. And therefore, the assumption is that these students already know about Islam and the Islamic worldview. I may be wrong, but maybe Prof. Azizan may respond. Wallahu a'lam.
No, I think Professor Aslam has given this right from his experience. He was our first batch. I think there is a legitimate observation as well. But I was talking about the practice at the Kuliah of Islamic Liberal Knowledge and Human Sciences. Certainly true that the Islamic-based disciplines offered to students of other Kuliah, other than my Kuliah, have been reduced compared to the batch of Professor Aslam. Last time they had to take more, like 11 courses and so on. So now I think 3 Islamic worldview, Islam knowledge and civilization, and fiqh and ethics for everyday life. I think 3, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think We thank Prof. Aslam for his very timely comment. We could have left before we hear that comment. It's really good. I would like to, at the end of this program, I would like to, first of all, thank all the speakers. I think all of them brought very good ideas, very good views, and hopefully we can come up with a write-up book on this seminar today and your contribution, I think, and prepare it for other people to see, inshallah. I would like to thank all the speakers who came here and those who presented from overseas. Thank you very much. And also to thank all the professors, doctors, our postgraduate student here and on the Zoom. Since morning, they are with us here. I believe and trust that from our deliberation today, that this idea of emphasizing Tawhidic epistemology can open many opportunities to do a lot of things and to move the agenda of Islamization and integration in the university. That's why I think the contribution of each and every one of us very important, not only the kulliyas, not only the scholars, also the postgraduate student. As I told you, we need really the postgraduate student in all kulliyas to champion these things. If all these ideas don't go down there to our postgraduate student and reflect it in their research, in their exposure, in their training, then I think we will lose the opportunity. The Ummah needs a lot of scholars and researchers who bear this ilm and this knowledge and this integration, not only for Malaysia here, but for the entire Ummah. And if we don't nurture that army of integration and Islamization and civilization with this mind and soul and heart, I think we defeat the purpose. So it's really an amana and part and parcel of our responsibility and ibadah. We take it from here, and may Allah bless you all in this today and in this month of Ramadan. Allah reward you for the time and for your thoughts and ideas. And we will end with reading Surah Al-Asr. And for the team here, we have something for you to take here, maybe date for Ramadan. And also those come from UAE, you can have your iftar here in our mosque and also in Convivencia in our cafeteria if you want to choose either one of them, because you attended the Tawhidic Epistemology workshop. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. May God bless you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. We will have a group photo here together. Prof, you can stay there. We can